Hey YouTube, I'm doing this on TikTok, so I'm going to talk to you as if this is a normal YouTube video, so it's not, like stagnant and weird. Hello, I'm Francina Simone, founder of Midnight Scholar Society, and I'm doing a book review today, or a lecture on The Power of Now by Eckhart Tolle, given the state of the nation and all that kind of stuff, and people and how they're feeling and all that shit. Everybody needs a bit of help with grounding and grounding and practicing presence and all of that kind of stuff. So I'm going to talk about that. I'm doing a book review. Hello to everybody who just popped in. Some people on TikTok are just now popping in. I'm filming this technically for YouTube because I like to do two birds, one stone. I used to do YouTube all the time. And now I can't stand editing. I can't stand editing at all. So I'm doing a live so I don't even have to record the video myself. And then I'm just going to put it on YouTube. So, hello, YouTube. I'm sorry you got gypped. Just kidding. Anyways, so I'm doing a book lecture on the power of now. This is a great time for, if you're a baby witch, intermediate witch, or you're just a person trying to figure out whether you're crazy or you're psychic, this is the book for you. You need to practice presence and grounding. Grounding is what helps every single human being collect themselves and make the choices that they want to make in their life to be successful in what they do. So if you're somebody who likes manifesting, stuff like that, and you're like, oh, my manifestations aren't coming through, or how do I get rid of this lack mindset, or how do I get rid of this old sense of self? How do I stop self-sabotaging and blah, 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 blah. You're not grounded. That's it. We're going to talk about a few things. I do have a course on morning pages. I do recommend you read The Artist Way. It's a great, really practical knowledge on how to ground yourself every day as a creative and using your creative energy towards that. Because when you become present, you become all aware in a vicinity and you're taking in all the information that you need to be able to make the choices that you're trying to make. So think of life as an escape room and there's a way out, right? But you got to be paying attention. You can't go in the escape room and like half your brain is on some romantic gossip and trying to figure out whether your friends, is in another cycle or not. You're not in the escape room. You're going to miss all the fucking clues. You know what I'm saying? Because you're not focused. So life is just like that. In any situation you find yourself in, you need to be focused. And being focused is actually quite a relaxing thing. You're just allowing things to be. You're just in reality. And a lot of people have been spending their time in disassociated states so that they can not have to process emotions that become overwhelming. They have emotions that are being triggered. So maybe you weren't always a dissociator, but recently you've started being triggered by all sorts of things. By the way, TikTok, if you have any questions, feel free to leave them in the chat. I'll do my best to go over them. As I run through the concepts and materials that we have to go over today. But yeah, you might not be used to dissociating, and then all of a sudden you just need a distraction. People say, "Oh, I just need to escape," or can my this is happening in the book talk right now. I'm getting that news kind of secondhand, but there in the book community, there's always this cycle of when can books just go back to being fun? They don't need to be political, and I just I want to read to escape. And the question is, what the fuck are you escaping from? What the fuck are you running from, bitch? What is going on there? You know what I mean? So we have to sit and be present so we can understand what we're running from so that we can then apply media literacy to everything that we consume, whether that be books, text, media, as in television, shows, social media. When someone's talking to you, I'm talking to you right now. You're going to give me all your trust, huh? Use discernment. You know what I'm saying? Use some sense of analysis while you're consuming things. So that way you know what you're taking in, how it's impacting you. And if you need to, you can get rid of it. You don't attach yourself to it. And if you need to bring more of that in because you enjoy it, you're going to follow that instead of being hesitant, et cetera, et cetera. So let's talk about the presence of now, the power of now. Talk about being present. We're going to go over a few things. I have a list here. Understanding the now, we're going to talk about that. The ego and the pain body, we'll talk about that. Observing the mind without judgment. Embracing stillness as a getaway to the divine. The role of acceptance and transformation, we're really going to get into that. Letting go of the illusion of time. That's huge. How many of you are ever sitting down somewhere and you think you can't do something because you don't have the time? Like, I got to do this, and I just don't have the time to do X, Y, and Z. Yes, you do. You ever need to just sit down and take a breather, but you don't have the time to sit down and breathe because you have to do other things? The illusion of time. You have time. You sad human. There's no other animal that measures time, really. Elephants do to some degree. But there's no other animal that really is like a stickler about time. I mean, that being said, we've got migration patterns and birds, this and that and the other, and they measure time differently, but they measure it as a cycle, not necessarily as a means to when to take their breaks, when to do this, when to do that. That's abnormal time management. You're supposed to be free and fluid in life, and act on impulse and curiosity, and an interaction between you and your soul. So that's how you should be monitoring time, and that's a cyclical thing instead of a tick 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 tock thing, right? So we'll get into that. Using the body as an anchor for presence, how that helps. Freedom from future anxiety and past regrets. I know that's probably ting ting ting. The joy of being and true happiness. And 10, conscious manifesting through presence. Now I'm going to try to go through these at a very shallow level. If not, I could talk about each one of these all day. These could be videos in themselves or separate lives in themselves. And, maybe, that's something to go deeper into if people are really asking a lot of questions about one thing or another. And, oh, yes, you are early. For those, who was that who asked? Shanita. Yes, you are early. So I'm going to try my best, honestly, to look at the comments, y'all. I am serial at not paying attention to shit because I'm channeling, and so I'm focusing on concepts and handing those over to you properly. So I get a bit busy. But that being said, I will pause. It's intermittently between things and scroll through the comments to see what you have to say. And no, I won't be editing that out for the YouTube crowd, so I'll try to do it fast. Okay, so number 1, let's talk about understanding the now. When I say the power of now, what the fuck is now, right? Is now just you sitting in your chair? Is now you sitting in your chair thinking about what you're going to have for dinner? You're focused on now, right? Dinner's is right now. You need to fix it. Is now how you feel about something? What is now? You have many different bodies. Let me tell you what my notes say. The concept is now is the only real moment. Okay, it's the only actual time that exists. It's the one that you're in. But you have 4 different bodies, and they all count time differently and now differently. Your physical body counts now as the physical moment, the miracle that is you, that exists right here, right now. That's your physical now, okay? And it's really important that you ground and understand what being in your physical now is. So how can we know when I'm physically in my now? I'm physically in my body. I always am in my body. I'm not in somebody else's body. You'll be surprised. Breathing. Breathe. It's funny. I was supposed to start this maybe like 30 minutes ago, and I was sitting here, and I was like... I was in my head, and I was like, well, how am I supposed to talk about being present now if I'm in my head? And then I was like, all right, let me just do my breathing exercises. And then I was like, oh man, I'm breathing into my tea, and that's kind of gross, because I was like, I was breathing out into it, and I was like, that's, but that's slowly getting into the now, getting out of those thoughts. And finally, I was just breathing my tea and feeling how warm it was. And then I wondered to myself, can I breathe in the essence of this shit? Like, do I have to actually drink it? You know what I'm saying? Am I energetically taking in what I need just by sniffing it, And, so my thoughts have now moved away from how do I get into the present moment to X, Y, and Z. Now my thoughts are, I'm interacting with my tea, asking weird fucking questions, and the liquid's not saying much back, but, I'm getting something, right? And then, eventually I just looked up and I looked in the camera and I thought, no time like the now. You see? That's how you get into the now. You breathe, sit, let your thoughts go. I'm not telling myself, I got to focus on now. Don't let my thoughts move. No, your thoughts will eventually sink into reality. Air has a way of sinking into things and lifting off into things and moving and zipping and zapping. But if you breathe, you control the flow of how those thoughts move. The faster you want your thoughts to move, the more quicker you want them to move, the faster you breathe. You want that energy going in and out, information in and out. The slower you want it to go, you want to breathe in slow. And make sure your stomach goes out as you breathe. You taking in all that air. You're not clenching. That tells you where you're tense and stuff like that. You see, now all of a sudden you're in your body breathing because you're trying to can I stick my stomach out? Let me try. Now you're in your body. And then you feel your stomach expand, and before it was contracting. You're like, how did I get it to do that? By putting your attention there, because you're in the now. So understanding the now is recognizing that in your physical body, when you breathe air in and out and you're slow and you become conscious of your physical body, what can you do with it? How can you move with it? What do you feel? You're taking in information in your physical body. You are putting yourself in the now. Now, here are some other bodies that you can be in, and how now becomes not right now. Not quite, not quite. And this is oftentimes where you find yourself if you feel like you're in psychosis, you're spiraling. And by psychosis, I mean you can't tell the difference between your perspective, reality, somebody else's perspective, that you're using somebody else's perspective to look at reality, that you're using your perspective to look at somebody else's reality. You can't tell. You're just jumping from emotion to idea and building idea and this, and then you're like, I'm drained, I'm tired, you're panicking, you're spiraling, you don't want to do anything or touch anything, you're confused. Yeah, that's not now. That's never in the now. So here's some ways to understand that. In your other three bodies, you have a mental body, an emotional body, and a spiritual body. Your spiritual body, obviously, this is the one of your inner child. This is the one that lives and dies all the time. You know, when you feel like you're having a rebirth moment, and when you grow and you can reflect on your old self, the one of you that has to die constantly and doesn't need to fear death because it is but a metaphorical thing for it, is your soul. Your spiritual body, your inner child grows up, learns something new, expands, and then, oh, what, you think it just sticks around? That son of a bitch has to go and then come back to something new, right? So you ever go on a journey, you set a goal for yourself and you want to do something, well, you just birthed a child. That's why everyone get used to it, especially if you identify as a woman. You are all the maiden, mother, and crow. You don't need to have physical children to be a mother. You have an inner child. And so if you identify not as a woman, everybody else in that category, you are maiden, mother, and crow, which is why you must practice equality with everyone, because you also have a mother in there. Also, everybody can manifest. It just so happens to be that those who identify as a woman outwardly express and like to embody that energy in an external way. And, you know, we can talk about all the ways that is, but that's not what this is about. So as a human being, you have two dynamic energies in you, masculine, your physical body, and your spirit, your spiritual soul, which is your feminine body, which is the maiden, the mother, the crow, life, death, rebirth, okay? The wild woman, energy, the cosmos, the creator, the great is, the universe, all of that kind of stuff, maiden, mother, crow. The cycle that one takes to create, to manifest, and then to destroy in order to create again. That is the life cycle, right? So you have that in you. Everybody has that in you. So that one doesn't live in the now. That one lives in everywhere except for now and sometimes now. Okay. The connection that you have between yourself and your intuition means that one can exist now and outside of time, and you can navigate that. That's where listen to my podcast. I think it's the most recent one. You're not crazy, you're psychic, and you'll understand how you have these two energies, and you need to learn how to live in two different worlds. For those of you who woke up and you've been looking at the election stuff and you feel like your emotions are all over the place, but you're not trying to get carried away with emotions, you're trying to stay grounded and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, that's having some level of psychic ability to be able to recognize energy, that you need to slow down, you need to do this, you need to be more aware, not to just get taken off by energy, all that kind of stuff. So those bodies, the mental, the emotional, and the spiritual body, they exist in the infinite, the all possibilities. And that is a very difficult thing and a difficult place to be when you need to be present in the now and you're out there in all possibilities. Those of you who multitask, you're always doing a terrible job at it. You're always doing a terrible job at it. I don't mean that in the meanest way, but those of you who multitask, you are always doing a terrible job at it. There is no such thing as multitasking. You are just splitting your attention. And sometimes some of us are very good at splitting our attention, but if you don't recognize that you are splitting it, in fact, not doing your best singularly at all things, then you're terrible at it. You must know when your attention is split, when you are present, but not quite. How many conversations have you been in where you're also in your phone? Are you really in that conversation? How many work meetings have you been in where you're not there at all? You're not there at all, right? We have the ability to totally dissociate out of our body, go somewhere else. So where are you going? Sometimes you go into your mental body, in your thoughts. You need to know when you're there and you're in thoughts, because that is just your mindset, your belief system. You are in your automated belief system, so to speak, okay? The way that you think about the world. Do you think that that is the world? No, it's a lens and it's a perspective. So what is the difference between now and your mental body state? One is reality, and the other one is your perspective. We all know that shit can be delusional sometimes. I'm saying that from experience, okay? I'm a very optimistic. I say that, but I'm also a rationalist. I know how to bend reality, all right? I walk through doorways and shit like that. I can do stuff that other people just don't know. How does she do that? Magic. I can bend reality. And even I will say 1,000%, as precise as I can oftentimes be about reality and lining up my perspective to reality, I have blind spots. Everybody has blind spots. So we're all delusional. We all make assumptions. When you know where you are making assumption, you know where you are practicing in belief. And that belief is not reality. Belief is how you choose to see reality, how you choose to interact with reality. And when you know what your beliefs are and you stand on them, you say, I choose to act on energy, thoughts in this reality this way, regardless of what it is and what's presenting to me. And that can have negative consequences if you're super delusional about it and you believe that other people also have to operate on your reality, because they don't. Or it can have highly beneficial benefits to you, because you're able to decide how you interact with energy, which means you can alchemize and transmute that energy. But you must also understand and know that this is how you are interacting with the energy, so that you can understand the difference between reality, how you're interacting with it, which tells you, for those of you who have financial instability, we all know that you're broke. You ain't got no paper cash on you or some zeros and ones in your bank accounts. You know what I'm saying? So that's reality, right? But you're manifesting. You are infinitely abundant, okay? So the difference between what you're seeing in your bank account and your I have infinite funds. The only difference between that is just the measure of how close you are to landing on the mark in your current mindset. That's it. It is just a mark, a validation of how close you are. If all of a sudden stuff starts going into the negative, and you were really thinking and trying and focusing, and you were doing this, and you got up even though you were really tired, and you made sure that you went to the gym and you did these things because people who make money do these things, and you're stressed the fuck out and you start going into the negative, yeah, it means you're off the mark. It means you're off the mark. Your belief system and where you are in achieving it is off, and you're moving farther away. When you start to relax and go, I will just find the mark because I'm it. And while it must process in time, I must walk in time towards my mark. And if I have a belief system that's deeply rooted, far away from where I'm trying to be, abundant. My belief system is heavily not abundant. I have a lot of steps to take. That's it. You just got a lot of steps to take. But are you taking those steps? Yes. So will you get there? Absolutely. So are you infinitely abundant? Yes. 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 Yes, you are. Even if your reality doesn't say so, yes, because you're talking about a mindset, not the truth. The truth of the reality is you are taking steps to getting there. And time does move slow for humans, but it doesn't for in the outer realms, right? There is no time in your mental body. So in your mental body, you must not operate on time. You operate out of time. I am this. It's just what it is. I'm my best, I'm my most financially successful self. I'm telling you, yes, you're going to have to change some things, but you know, that's just what it is. Somebody said, what's the topic? We're discussing The Power of Now, the book. I'm giving like a lecture book review. I'm going through some aspects of it right now, so that you can understand to ground and become more present. Even though this is on TikTok and it's live, I'm going to be uploading it to YouTube. So if you're just popping in the middle of whenever, and you're like, oh man, I missed some stuff, don't worry, you'll have a chance to watch it. So I like to do this for over at the Midnight Scholar Society. I teach classes and stuff like that there, but I'm always talking about the books, and I'm talking about things that people need to do, and I'm teaching people how to ground and stuff like that. There is a flash sale on my Embracing the Elements course, which does talk an awful lot about grounding, although the astrology and the aspects one, all that's about how to do and how to function and all that kind of shit. So look at that. It's flash sale. Everything's like $50 right now, so it's a pretty good steal. But I'm always talking about books and stuff there, and so I'm doing a lot of these and putting them up on YouTube. So whenever I mention it, I can also link it and say, there you go. So high class, just in case you're like, wow, there it is. She did that for me. Yeah, I did that for you. You're welcome. Let me stop. I'm just kidding. I like talking to people in the future who don't exist. It's just a fun mental exercise. But anyways, that's out of the now, right? I was in the future talking to people who don't exist. So now let's get back to the people who do, or at least the right now. So your mental body, ideas and belief systems, those things exist out of time. If you are constantly telling yourself anything negative, and that's your belief system because you have proof of that up until now. Can you imagine what science would look like if people based their belief system off of what's already been proven up until now and didn't ask any questions about what else could be? Journey far and far. No. We don't journey anywhere. Science is what we have known up until this far. There is nothing else, right? Like, that's pretty limited. So in the mental space where your beliefs are just yours, you want to set them to the best shit. If you're playing a game, don't set your character up on some bad, weak points. Set them up to win, right? Set them up to win. And then all the steps that you take will guarantee your passage there. So then you have your emotional body. These are the way in which you process energy in and outside of your body. So in your physical body, you process energy as sensations. Some sensations are great and some sensations are painful. The painful ones are saying we're not being processed well. And the pleasurable ones are, we really like processing this. This one's good. This one feels really good. It feels euphoric. Whoa. So that's an indicator of energy moving in your body and how you relate to it. So ask yourself, is that now? If you're feeling physical sensations in this moment, yes, that can ground you into the present really quickly. But what happens when they're not physical sensations? This is energy that's attached to a memory. So an old thing happening in the body. The physical wound has been, for the most part, numbed out. You don't feel the pain there anymore because you've gotten used to just dealing with it. Anybody ever have any kind of pain, right? And you're just like, and you get used to it. And then next thing you know, you're walking weirder than usual. And people are like, why do you have that limp? And you're like, I've always had it. No, you hadn't. You just never went to the doctor. You never got that spring fixed. You know what I'm saying? Something didn't get looked at. You weren't always like that. Sometimes that happens due to neglect in childhood. We're told to neglect our body, neglect how we feel, neglect those things. So we get used to it. So what happens when those emotions come up, right? What happens if it's a situational? So in other words, you're in a conversation and somebody says something that triggers you. They have no idea you're triggered or that you emotionally relate what they just said to some traumatic event in your life, and you're like, this is a sign that you're the devil. And you're like, oh my God, I didn't know. I brought it up because I saw a poster on the wall. What is it? Is this a sign from the universe that they're toxic, or is it a sign that you haven't processed your trauma and it's causing blockages in your relationships now? Which one is it? Well, you're not now. You're not in the now. If you're in the now and you look at this person and you realize that this person's nothing but kind, this person's asking you, are you all right? Because they've noticed that you feel different. If this person's asking and saying, hey, if you want, we can do something different, or we can sit down, or blah, 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 then you're probably the panic and the feeling like you're being, it's happening all over again. That might not actually be now. That could actually be you're triggered. It's coloring how you're experiencing. So you're in an emotion. Sometimes people will throw those emotions onto the other person. Oh, why did you get so uncomfortable all of a sudden? And the other person's like, you stared into space for about 5 minutes there. And I'm the one who got weird. Somebody ever do that to you? They're getting hot and their tempers flaring, and then they look at you and they're like, well, why are you all pissed? I'm sorry, who? And you're like, all I asked is if we're getting food out or not. What do you mean? How am I pissed? My mom used to do that all the time. Sometimes we're dealing with emotions. We don't know that they're out of time emotions and not in time. A good way to know the difference is if you feel it in your body, it's a sensation, you're in time and you're present with your body. And how you deal with discomfort in your body is everything about how you deal with discomfort, with pain that's not in your body, that's out of your body. So when you're out of time, if an emotion, if you deal with pain by avoiding it, by fixing the symptom, and you take 10 ibuprofens or something like that and pretend like you're not, you pretend like it is not hurting, you're not going to ask anybody about it or go into it and say that's weird. Why does this keep happening? Instead, you're just like, oh, pain happens to me because my life's just full of pain, apparently, and you start making jokes about it, X, Y, and Z. Yeah, you're disconnecting from your body, you're devaluing it, and you're devaluing the information that your body is sending you. So what would make you think you would do anything differently with your emotions? The sensations that aren't in your body, they're in your mind. What would make you think that you react to those any differently? And that's where the self-sabotage comes in and all that kind of stuff. So understanding the now. Oh, and I think I talked about the spiritual body, didn't I? Well, you have a spiritual body, and it's not in the now. This is your soul. Your soul's not now. Your soul can be integrated in you, and that's grounding, right? Your soul can only experience right now when you are experiencing right now. Go figure. Go figure. Your soul, that's why when some of y'all are like, I don't, I don't really know too much about myself. When people ask me those questions, tell me about yourself, I just draw a blank. I don't really know what happened. I just know that they got upset. I got upset. I don't even know why, really. Blah, 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 blah. It's probably because you spent arguments in your head trying to plan the next step. You weren't now. It's probably when people ask you, well, tell me about yourself. You don't experience your own experiences in enough present moment to be able to store them out of time where your soul would be like, oh, yes, I have accurate detail and memories of these things because not only do I have the mindset at the time, not only do I have the emotions at the time, but I also have the physical markers. I have the physical blueprint because I was in the body. So now I know. I know about myself. I know the things that I've done because I actually think about them. I remember them, et cetera, et cetera. So, when the more time you spend dissociated, and dissociating is not bad at all. I'm telling you guys, meditating is an act of disassociation, okay? You want to do it consciously. And when you are practicing being here now consciously, you start to realize that you don't have the time to dissociate unconsciously. People ruminating in your head with relationships, or having arguments, having them arguments in the shower. And I should have told that bitch X, Y, and Z. And you know what? What I should say in this email, because blah, 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 blah. Stop giving people your time. You're going to die one day. You want to get there, and all you did was argue with people in your shower and sit with them at a place you didn't like being? So do you want to get to your little train station when death goes all aboard and you're like, all aboard? I haven't even... Death is going to be like, babes, you're going to have to try that again. I'm sorry. Train's leaving and you can't stay at the station. They will beat the shit out of you until you get on the train. It will be painful. Do you want to just get on and you're like, man, I wasted all that time? Or do you want to get there being like, that was one hell of a fucking ride. Whoa. I mean, yes, kind of sad, but I'm here. And I'm going on to the next journey. What the fuck is this? Do you want to arrive wowed? Wowed, is that a word? You want to arrive in awe and inspiration and knowing that you lived a full life? Or do you want to arrive knowing you spent most of your days talking to Sharon in your head? Because you didn't want to talk to her out loud because you were like, I'm too tied to the material stuff that I have to lose if I break this relationship. No. Oh my God, you're going to be dead and that material shit that you cared about will be dead too because you can't take it with you. You know what I'm saying? Oh no. Somebody's like, my mom is Sharon. You dissociating? Because I was going to say this usual name I say and I drew a blank and I heard Sharon. So that might have been for you. So anyways. Oh, this tea is so good. Oh, no, that's just the honey. Yeah, that was just the honey. I was like, wow, I made my tea extra special today. Yeah. Okay, so understanding the now. So now we know, when are you here and present now? That's when you bring your mental, emotional, spiritual, and physical body into the present moment. When you know where you are and why you're there, where you're going, not only in the moment, but also in the grand scheme of things. Now, are you interested in looking at the grand scheme of things? No, because that's being out of time. Grand scheme. Okay, I'm interested in being in this scheme. So in the grand scheme of thing, if you're going from one end of the map to the other, right, you're going very far distance. Let's say you're driving across country. Now, you're going to drive across a continent, okay? You're going to start in one side of Europe and go to the other, okay? Are you going to go there in one tank of gas? Absolutely not. Are you going to go there and not look at any of the sites? You're just starting at one, and then you will stop and look around at things when you arrive at the next one? No, you're probably going to mark and go here, there, the other place. And if you've got your whole life to get from one side of the continent to the other, Europe's actually pretty small. You know what I mean? If you've got your whole life to do that, are your side quests going to take some time? Yeah. Are you going to go one side quest? Yeah. Are you going to explore about the people, the places around you? Yeah. Are you going to become a child of the world? You're going to arrive to the end saying, oh my God, I have so many stories, so many people, so many experiences, so many places, so many things happen to me. You know, that's what you're going to say at the end, because you will have spent a lot of time going here, there, this way, that way, this way, that way. And all that time that you spend it present. That's your in the now. That's your everyday life. If I woke you up and told you were born here in this really shitty spot, okay? But when you die, you will die a king. I'm waving the jewels in front of you. You will die surrounded by love, by pretty things. That's me. Pretty things. You know, you will go into that sweet night like Frodo going into Rivendell. You know what I mean? What a scene. What a scene. You get to go with your dignity, you know? Wow. Okay, if I told you that, don't ever try to hop straight there. Don't ever try to hop straight there. You don't want to go from where you are to dying and with dignity. That's insane. You wouldn't even have the mental construct to understand why all of a sudden you were born in a shitty spot and then you had to die with gold in your hands. You didn't even get a chance. You didn't even get a chance to do anything with the gold and the rubies and the diamonds that you were decked out in. Oh my God, look at all this beauty, and you have 5 seconds with it. See, that's what happens when you try to manifest things right away. You know what I mean? You're trying to manifest getting the thing that you want so badly that you want to have already gotten it and be moving on to something else, which means you don't get to experience it. You don't get to cherish it. You don't get to exchange energy with it. That's like wanting to have a kid, but you only want to meet them when they're 50. That's wild. Okay. Not a lot of people make that choice on purpose. And when and think, you know, they have a lot of stuff to talk about when things like that happen. You know what I mean? It's not usually what people do when they specifically want to have a child. They don't want to only meet it when it's 50. I'll just meet that son of a bitch when he's done baking. I'll see him when he's accomplished. Wow, that's a cold bitch. You know what I'm saying? I'll see him when he's accomplished. Like, damn, you don't even get to know who this accomplished person is. You might as well have just read about him in the newspaper. Dang, anybody's son. You see what I'm saying? Anybody's daughter. Could have been anybody. Dang. So when you're trying to manifest, these are your children. You want to spend time with them. Okay, your inner child. It's growing up to become the one that creates and holds the thing in their hand. And so you got to be present to do that. So let's talk about the ego and pain body. Let's see. So to describe the pain body, this is the emotional baggage, right? So I'm going to give you a good idea of what an ego is. I'm about to get a little biblical. Okay, so there's 3 aspects of you, okay? In the biblical terms, I already mentioned it in non-biblical terms, but they call it the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. I'm going to translate it for you so that it actually makes more sense. The maiden, the mother, the crone, okay? The maiden, the mother, the crone. The one who does work, the maiden, the one who is with spirit, okay? She's never made anything yet. She's got the spirit to do it. The mother, the one who births it. Oh, this is this responsible bitch. This one's got wisdom. She birthed the thing, okay? She doesn't just have the spirit. to go after it. She birthed it. And then the crone, the one who has the thing. That's deep wisdom. The one who has the experience of being the spirit, being the one who is brave enough to birth it in this world. The crone is the one who says, I know who I am because I birthed it myself. That's the power. That's the power. So that is you in a nutshell. Where does your ego fit in there? What personality did you use as the maiden? What personality did you use as the mother? And what personality are you using as the crone? Ego. In what way do you express these things outwardly that you only need in the moment to express outwardly? You only need this personality that is excited. I'm so excited. I'm going to start this new business, this, that, and the other. That version of you cannot become and go on when you birth the thing. You can't, I'm so excited, I'm going to start when you're birthing it. Can you imagine? I'm just starting. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. I don't know what I'm supposed to do with this thing. That's not a very confident mother. You know what I mean? Your business is shaking when you're shaking. And it's like, damn, bitch, if you don't know if you should be holding me, I don't know if you should be holding me. And then you're like, oh, things are falling apart, right? Maybe I should change this. Maybe I should change that. Oh, I hate this ugly thing. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? Oh, I hate this ugly thing. Your whole business is like, damn, bitch, I thought you wanted me. But that's because the maiden is trying to be the mother, right? The mother has to have the courage to know that it will come. It will come. It will come. You just take it one day at a time. Be present. Learn. Walk the path. Be it. That is the only thing that it means to be a mother. Everybody takes it to, you know, the biblical aspect of it is, you know, a homesteader. And that's wild. That's very limited. It's very limited. One need not have and one need not do all of that to experience birthing a thing. Unless, you know, you want to experience doing it into the physical world. That is a powerful fucking experience. And then the crone. The crone is the one who recognizes its success. I know who I am. I'm not saying, oh, I'm trying to be, oh, I'm my dream is too. It's, I am this. This is what I do. This is what I do. This is how I show up. This is who I am. You know, you can't tell a crone to, can't tell her, maybe you should smile a little. She might slap the shit out of you without even moving. You know what I mean? She might cut you before you even know you got cut, because you're not going to tell that old biddy, somebody's auntie, that she needs to do something. You know what I mean? She's going to leave you 404 for a while. And anybody who has any kind of ethnic auntie knows you don't fuck with them, because they've been fucked with that entire time until they finally said, no, I'm done. I'm done. I know too much to sit here and go back again to being a maiden. You want me to be a maiden, a mother? I worked this, that, and the other, and then I can't claim my success. I have to go back to being a maiden. And people keep telling me I don't know anything, even though yeah, you claim your own success. So we'll talk about all of that, because the issue of where you have problems in this process of being the spirited one, and then being the birther, and then being the wise one who can see what you did, you know, in astrology, we talk about the midhaven, your lasting impression. This is a cyclical thing that is happening all the time. If you have a career, if you have relationships, whatever you're building, whatever your attention is on, you are in this cycle. And then you have your life cycle versions of it, right? So, this energy is moving all the time. It doesn't need you to tell it what to do. It just needs you to be focused or be sure about where you're going, to trust where you're going. That's all it needs you to do. It's just to trust the process, trust the cycle. Stop stopping the cycle. Are you sure? Are you sure this is the birth stage? Are you sure I'm supposed to go out and explore? Are you sure? Because something bad happened 2 seconds after I left my door. There's a dead crow on my doorstep. Are you sure? Bitch, either the dead crow is going to scare the shit out of you, or you're going to find out why it's dead on your doorstep. Be adventurous, maybe. Maybe not. I don't know. That's really actually kind of intense. I don't think I'd go outside if there was a dead crow on my doorstep. I'd be like, somebody trying to silence me? What's going on? You know, that bird could have just been old and limped its way, you know, and was like, this is a nice place to go. She seems like she'll help me pass. And I'm over here like, I'm cursed. What is this? You know, that's fucked up. But my thing is, the thing that stops you from doing all of that is the ego, when the ego shows up in a pain body. So any type of experience, I'll tell you what the ego is. The ego is, you know, they have 3 angels, the Archangel Michael, the one of war, right? The Gabriel, the one who sends messages, and Lucifer, the one of worship, okay? And these were the three angels God was talking to, and Lucifer caught a glimpse of himself and was like, oh my God, I'm beautiful. And that's when the ego was born. So the idea is when you get a glimpse, the version of you who wants success so bad that you're going to plan out an entire timetable and organize everything. That's Lucifer at work, who caught a glimpse of himself and was like, oh my God, I see how badass I'm about to be. I'm gonna just, you know what? I'm gonna skip the, I'm gonna skip the part where I just am it, and I'm going to prove that I can be it. That's ego. I'm going to prove that I can be it. You just are. If you're just starting out and you're an artist, okay, you don't need to prove, you don't need to pay $20,000 for a class, right? Going to a university that you hate going to university. But if you do this, other people around you will finally admit that you're taking your art seriously, that you can be an artist. Babes, you're already an artist. You need to do all of that. You can, if that's what you wanted to do. If you're like, I want to study here, if you look at the sketchbooks of those people and you're like, oh my God, I have to be there, then go be there. But if you're looking at all that stuff and you're like, they're going to stifle my creativity, I can't breathe, but if I don't do this, no one will ever pay me, that's what, babes, ego's trying to trip you down a dirty road. That's pain body. Who hurt you? That's the question. Anytime you feel confused between what you should do, X, Y, and Z, I'm telling you, your life should be fairly effortless. You ever see one of those Japanese animes and their day in the life, and it seems like nothing really happens, like everything's super fucking chill. Every weird stuff that does happen is very like, okay, and it's like, what pills is this bitch on? Because this is so relaxed. This is such a calm way of looking at life. Even the troublesome characters are not, like everything just seems at ease. Yet life is supposed to be that way. We're moving as human beings very fast, and we have a lot to think about because we're hyper connected, but we're also toxic, right? In a toxic relationship. So, people are constantly thinking about how not to get hurt, how not to do this, how not to do that, how not to do this. That all of the time where you're just supposed to be and floating and decompressing and going off and smelling roses, which just means go like, let the impulse win. Okay, as long as it's not too violent. Man, okay, not as long as it's not violent at all. You guys have to understand, I have a very sick Mars energy sometimes. So when I say things like that, I'm not serious at all. Please don't do anything violent, okay? I don't want to be responsible. Anyway, so my thing is, just going out and doing stuff. That's a natural pace. A natural pace is you go out and walks for no reason, just because it's early in the morning. And what else are you going to do? That's how your life should be. It should not be scheduled and organized. I woke up this morning and I know exactly what to do because my to-do list says, and here's my schedule. Listen, you should only be doing, that's a high stress activity. Can you imagine, just imagine for me, read historical literature and fiction and recognize how little people used to fucking do with their day. Realize how little people would do in their day. You think about your life as a production, okay? When you're on stage, you are manifesting. How often are actors on stage acting in front of an audience manifesting the story? Once a day. The rest of the time is practice. Sometimes you got to practice. Sometimes you need to put in the work. You got to get there and practice with others. You have to read your scripts, your affirmations. You have to know, who am I? Where am I going? Okay. What does that walk look like? You have to ask yourself those questions, break down who you are and stuff like that, right? Yeah, super structured life. No, some people are naturally structured. Like some people naturally enjoy specific routines, and that's okay too. But you need to be conscious of that. If that's not you, you're not lazy, you're not undisciplined. You're just being too motherfucking nosy. That's it. That's your only problem, is you're too nosy. Get out of other people's business and focus on yours. Let me tell you this. And I'm telling you guys this, not as a pat on the back to me. Listen, I remember in my 12th grade year of high school, and I only talk about this because this was when I was the most egregious. I fucking hated school, okay? I went to socialize, and sometimes I didn't even feel like doing that because I'm the type of person that's like, I don't need to be fucked up with people to have a good fucking time. I was a room kid and I enjoyed my room. Okay. I like my sleep, very Taurusy. I'm the kind that's like, man, I used to show up every day late. Meanwhile, I'm in all honors and AP classes. And the classes I'm not in AP, it's because I didn't want to take that fucking mini and I didn't want to be stressed out. But I ended up taking the test for them because the teachers were oftentimes like, can you move to the AP class? No! You want me to do more work? Absolutely not. And they're like, college credit X, Y, and Z. Well, by the end of my high school year, I ended up taking all of the AP classes, not the AP test, anyways, without doing the class. You know why? Because just me being my natural self, I absorbed so much information all the time because I was chill. I didn't stress myself out. And then I got gold for it anyways. Do you know how rare that is? It's really, that's really fucking rare to not put in work and get the gold and to watch everyone else around you beat themselves, drives themselves crazy, push themselves. Guys, it's not that deep. It's not that serious. The information's not that hard. You just can't focus on the information because your pain body is distracting you and getting in the way, so that you should just be able to read something slowly, take your time, whenever you feel like it. I'm telling you. I did have a slight schedule to some degree, but I had to also teach myself trigonometry because my teacher was a mess. She was terrible. I opted out of honors math, and then they stuck me with the nut, and I was like, this is why I went too far with that one. The universe was like, and now you can teach yourself. It was fucked. I went to school in Florida, y'all. I had to do a lot to come out of that place of fucking genius. You get what I'm saying? Oh, it was a wild ride. So anyways, but my point is that life is effortless. That's something that taught me that. I mean, I applied a lot of discipline. I wasn't nearly as healthy as I am now, but I was also very egregious back then. Oh my goodness, I'm telling you, my one teacher, he stopped the whole class once and said, "Hi, you're back." And I was like, "Damn, bro, I haven't missed that many days." And he's like, "How come you miss all the time?" And I was like, "I just miss the bus. I sleep in a little." And he stopped the whole class and said, "Anybody live next to her so they can pick her up?" And a few students raised I was like, "Have you guys talked about this before? What's going on? Is this an intervention?" Because he was just so sick and tired. He's like, "Your potential." And I was like, "I'm gonna get an A anyways." And he's like, "That's not the point." And I was like, "That is the point to me. I'm just getting I'm getting what I meant to get when I'm getting here. Okay, you don't need to embarrass me like that, asking me where do you live." And I'm a super private person. I was like, "In this area." And he's like, "Anyone else live in this area?" This kid, "I do." "I don't need you. I don't need to know that. You don't need to know this. Forget what you just heard. You don't need to know anything more than my first name." I had most people not even knowing my last name. Anyways, the point that I'm making is that life is effortless. You just need to be yourself, and everything that you need to succeed will literally come to you like an open book. Okay? Everything you need to succeed will just boop right here. All of a sudden, you'll be like, "Man, I keep dissociating and I'm supposed to be studying." Okay, then stop studying and go do whatever you want. That's what I had to teach myself, right? And then as I got older, it became even more. Stop doing work if you feel tired and go do something else. When's the last time? And I used to shut off the little TV in my head. "Shut up. Shut up. I got to get this done. I got another chapter to write." And it's like, you know what? Fine. Burnout, bitch. Me. Wait, what? Don't be. I got carpal tunnel once for a week. And I was like, I will stop turning off that little channel that says to sit the fuck down. Yeah, I'm telling you, as a writer, I had just submitted a book, my first book with my first agent. It was fantasy. And I just submitted it to her. And I was like, "Man, what am I going to do now?" So I decided to just go back and edit it. Because if I edit it now, it'll be even that much better when it sells. And I'll have to do less work later. That's what I told myself. So I'm sitting there and all of a sudden my arm starts hurting. It hurts so bad. It was so bad. I was starting to freak out. And my partner was like, "Let's go to the clinic." And I was like, "No, because that's making it real." And he was like, "I need you to sit. I need you to step away and listen to reason." Actually, no, he's a little bit more stricter than that because I'm always like, I don't do white medicine. Like I'm very strict about things. I'm like, I don't need them speaking death into my body. So I go and they're like, "Yeah, it looks like, I don't know, maybe this. Let's get your arm brace. Let's see how it goes. Take some ibuprofen, X, Y, and Z." And I'm like, ugh. So I decided, I was like, well, I still have to write this book. Didn't hear the message. Didn't get the message, right? It literally froze my hand. I'm a writer. Do you know what it feels like to know that you can't write? Do you know what it feels like when your own instrument, your own tool is seized by somebody? That's like being a witch who can do magic and someone binds you. You can't do magic. Are you even a witch anymore? I was horrified. My ego, my pain body. If you don't do it, then how will you be able to prove that, you're better than what even, they're going to want this already. But you need to prove that not only do they want it, but that you are the most amazing thing that they've ever come across, because it's worth that. It's worth that. This book is worth that kind of effort. It's worth that kind of recognition. So you have to prove it. So finally I was like, well, let me start dictating my book. I was like, girlfriend was like, you can't get me down. You can't take me down. I will talk my book out. And then finally, as I set up everything and I was doing it and I was using my tape recorder, I sat down, I was watching Insecure. And I thought maybe I should go write or something. And I said, no, let me watch a few episodes. And I just got lost in it for a little bit. And I had so much fun. And I was laughing. And I was like, oh my goodness. This was one of the first times where I felt like I was kind of recognized in a good show, a really good show. And of course it's, produced by Issa Rae. She acts in it. There's so much. And I remember watching Issa on YouTube and stuff like that. So, it was a great distraction for a little bit. And you know what I ended up doing? I was like, instead, I'm so inspired by seeing this. Why don't I just write something funny based on my own, my own old hometown, Orlando, Florida. That's where I grew up. And so what do? I took off the brace, because it was sad all the time. And I was like, well, I don't need to write it because I need to just think about the ideas. So let me put down the other thing. It's fine. It'll do fine. It doesn't need me hovering over it. Let me just put it down and go have fun with this thing. I wrote that book in a week. It sold for $120K. And it was only on submission for like a month or two before it was picked up. And I pulled my fantasy to go on submission with that. It's not the best to be on submission with two books, even if they're in two different genres. That can be really a headache down the line scheduling. Talk about overloading yourself with work, right? Two books from two different imprints want things, and one of them's huge, right? That's a lot. So I pulled that one, and I was over here trying to prove something with that one. And then I was like, no, this one's just so much fun. I was like, I'd have so much fun talking about this one. I just have I want to talk about it, and I want to do X, Y, and Z. And, and it's perfect. I wrote it in a week. It's perfect now. Granted, it was me. I wrote it in a week, so it was damn near perfect. So Othello retelling with a comedic twist. So, I'm literary. Okay. I was on my shit. The book was about manifestation. Didn't even recognize it really at that point. But it was. What was I doing? I was just writing and just existing and being myself. I didn't really expect anybody to read that book. I was never really expecting anybody to read that book because I was like, too many people are going to project themselves onto it. And that did happen. I was like, when anytime you write something and the character kind of seems like you, people are like, is this your diary? No, bitch, that's weird. Why would I already don't tell y'all shit about me? Why would I put it in a book and publish it? Put two and two together. I'm not going to tell you a secret once live face to face, but I'm going to put it in a book. Let's think about that, right? So, So I wasn't even planning on really sharing it with other people. It was just by the end of it, I had birthed something so huge, and I recognized it, the crone, that I was like, I've got to let this thing fly, And then I did, and wow, did it fly. Did it fly. And guess whose arm miraculously stopped hurting like the day I started actually writing it. Just went away and has never come back. Carpal tunnel? What? I'm telling you, I was like, is this early rheumatoid, whatever the fucking word is, where you get a little paralyzed here, the muscles tense up. I was like, is this early arrhythmia? I was going to say arithmetic. Y'all, I'm so sorry. I know words, but there's too many of them up here. So the pain body. This is the you that has emotional baggage. It's your ego that needs to prove something. And whatever it's trying to prove, it's trying to protect your dream because it knows how precious it is. If you find out that you are in fact not the smartest person in the room, you might have a meltdown because you need to be the smartest person in the room to be able to accomplish this thing, right? So anytime somebody tries to challenge you, you're going to prove to them you're the smartest person in the room. Do you know how annoying that is to be around? Do you know how annoying that is to be inside of, right? Rheumatoid arthritis. Yes, thank you. But do you know how frustrating it is to be trapped proving things to people who didn't ask? Do you know how frustrating it is to be trapped in a room with somebody proving something to you that you didn't ask? It's painful for everybody. It's painful for everybody. So, when your ego is around, because it's painful. Painful for you, painful for others, and that's okay, because now you've identified, right? You've identified it, and now you can let it go. Because once you identify and say this is an ego problem, is your ego the same as the you who is going to be successful at a thing? When I mentioned the angels earlier, Lucifer being the worshiper. A worshiper is someone who does ritual for God. Okay, so let me break that what that means in layman terms, because like anciently, those words don't mean the same thing that they do today. It just means your pattern of behaviors that you do for your highest self, to achieve your highest self. God, source. Who is your higher self? Your creator, right? And you are the lowest point of your creator, because you were birthed out from your creator. So who is your creator? Your higher self. Who is your highest self? Wherever you're trying to go. The successful one. Don't make it the unsuccessful one. That's not the one. That's not the highest self, It's your most successful self, the one that was able to achieve full integration. Who knows you are who you are, the choices that you make, your integrity. Does that mean you don't have emotions? Does that mean you have no thoughts running through your head? Does that mean that you are always, everything always looks great, X, Y, and Z? No. Being the successful version of you means that you have triumphed over many things, so you know how to navigate and handle your shit in the moment. That's it. Doesn't mean reality goes away. Just means you know how to handle it. So you don't have to disassociate, you see? So the ego and the pain body. When Lucifer looks at himself in the reflection, right? And then that's the first sin committed in heaven, so to speak, in the highest self, and creates the ego, the need to protect this beautiful thing. I think the phrase is something like, I am better than the creator. It's not saying I am so great, I'm better than what created me. Yes, in your actions, that's what you say that anytime your ego takes the wheel. But what it's saying is, I am better at protecting this thing than the one who birthed it. Can you imagine if someone goes up to one of the mother bears, go up to a grizzly bear and be like, I'm better at protecting your cub than you. That bitch is going to slap you across the face and be like, you should have chose the man. She's not going to play. She's going to be like, let me bet how you, she's going to look over your dead body and be like, how are you good at protecting my cub now? 10 feet in the ground. You want me I could bury you a hole. Boom, done. Because you're never better than the creator at protecting the thing, because that is the role, that is the cradle. The mother is the cradle of it, the protector of it. So inherently, your highest self is the best at guiding you, because it is the one who has already accomplished it, the crone. Your highest self is the best at guiding you, because it's already done the whole charade, okay? The whole festival, the whole journey, the whole whatever the fuck you want to call your life. Your highest self has already done it, and done it successfully. So it's best at guiding you. Your ego, who can't see past your nose, your ego's tools, remember, are not the spirit, because it dismisses it. The one that can guide you, it dismisses it. So it doesn't pay attention to your soul. It gets a message from it and says, I know the best way to do this. Let me tweak some of this stuff. What does it use to tweak it? The emotional state you're in, and the experiences and what you know about the emotion you're dealing with. And if you don't even recognize that you're in an emotional state, well, goddamn, we're already batting 0 for fucking 0. And then your current mindset. If your current mindset is the thing that you have to get rid of, and you have to learn a new one in order to progress in this moment, why would your ego be prepared to do this? It's not. Now, what happens when you tell the ego it's not, it needs to go away? The pain body starts to scream, to shake, to shudder, to freak out, because the ego is not real. It is a false. When people talk about false spirits and false entities, the trickster, it is just your ego. It is a false spirit. because it's not real, right? So it cannot be corporal. It's not human. It's not corporal. It's not real. But it's also false because it's not your soul. It is a amalgamation of a past version of you. It's an amalgamation of whatever your current mindset, all of your habits are. It's like, you have a laptop, right? And you're about to do a software update. Your software update is all the new stuff, right? This is where you're going. It's your highest form. But to get there, you have to let go of the old software. And the old software isn't the computer. That's your physical vessel, right? It's not the computer. And the software is what makes the computer, yes, but it's also not quite real, this old software. You can delete it. Nothing's going to happen to it because you got new software in that already integrate. And guess what? The new software already has the old software integrated into it. Do you think new software, they're like, let's start over from scratch? No, they take what's there and they add the new components and then it goes into the system. But when you go, I don't want those new components. I don't know what those are. My ego says they're not safe. Your ego's lying to you. It's because it doesn't want to die. And don't be mad at it. It spends most of its time in your physical realm because it is not soul. It's not a soul. It is energy. It is energy. Any of you, I've been seeing this lately, people talking about telekinesis. Any of you get a little too agitated and your TV starts turning off or your music starts going in and out and you're like, my powers, right? Yeah, that's poltergeist energy. You are an energetic being. The bigger your fucking ego and the more fragile your ego, the more kinetic it is. The more static that energy is around you. And that means you are blind. You cannot see because you've got a whole ghost that is operating between you, the world. There's the world. Here's the ego. Here's you somewhere and your soul's back here like, will you listen to me? And you're like, I can't even see this thing. You see how that's madness? It's madness. We can just let this go. We can just be like, I appreciate all that protection, but unfortunately it's time. It's time to go. Now, the Power of Now discusses this in a very deep way. It talks also about how to go about this, not only from the mental and emotional body, but also in your physical body. How do you let go of physical pain in the body? That is big, right? When we talk about chronic illnesses, this, that, and the other, how to be present in those moments, to feel those things instead of to run away. Because remember I said this earlier, how can you, if you feel physical discomfort, and this is really incredibly difficult when you have chronic illness, right? When you feel that, what's the first thing you're trying to do? You have a life to live, right? You have shit that you have to get done. And you have to do it the best that you can. You might also need help here, there, and the other, right? So do you have the time really, honestly? This is a real thing that people have to ask themselves when they have chronic illness, when you have a new pain come up and it's hindering you. Do you have the time to not get this thing done? Are you allowed to feel that pain right now? Or do you need to do this thing? Because if you don't, your very human life is at stake. So I need to sit this down for a little bit and do my best to get this stuff done. Maybe it's a good day, so I'm gonna load it up with everything I have to do. And even though I'm gonna be in pain at the end of it, at least I will have gotten all the things that I need to do, because it's better to be in pain with my things done than to be in pain and also everything falling apart around me. Those are really difficult spot to be in, right? So the problem is that that's also happening energetically, meaning that's how you treat your emotions, your non-physical pain. Pain in the body is easy to say, I choose not to deal with this. I'm going to get some ibuprofen and move it along, right? I'm going to take whatever I need and move it along. It's easy to do that. It's not easy to do that when that shit's emotion. When it's just, when what you're feeling is triggering images in your mind and thought patterns. Thought patterns. I need to get out. I need to do this. I need to go here. I need to do that. I need to get these things done. I need to plan for this. I'm in my blank era. I gotta up my motivation. I gotta do this. I gotta do that. Yeah, you're doing the same thing. So it is really important. The Power of Now goes all into it when it talks about how to sit in your pain body. I think it also has some meditations and stuff like that. So again, this is a lecture on this stuff. Yes, I'm talking and I'm breaking down these concepts, but you all need to go read it yourselves. Please, please read material all the time yourself and use everything else as additive. When you don't read stuff yourself and you just be looking for other people's cliff notes, you miss out all the important parts, such as the flashbacks you get that tell you the information you need to know. This happens. It's a very real thing. If you're ever reading something and you get distracted with flashbacks, pay attention, become conscious, and ask yourself, you're conscious usually to some degree, you're kind of unconscious sometimes, you know, when you get those flashbacks and you're like, and you're like, oh yeah, I'm supposed to be reading. Wait, what were you thinking about? What memory came up? Because what you read just triggered that energy and it pulled it out. So if you were reading something like The Power of Now, we do Women Who Run with Wolves over at the Midnight Scholar Society and the book club. We're doing that. Oh, also pause. Hello, TikTok. I have some courses. They're on flash sale. They're $50. It's all astrology stuff, embracing the elements. Check all that stuff out. It's a link in my bio. That's all I'm going to say for that, though. So what do you do when you're having those flashbacks? You pause and you ask yourself, what is that? And then you figure out what triggered it specifically in what you were reading. You're not distracted. Your body's just trying to talk to you and you're just used to ignoring. That's all. That's all. So if you're reading something like self-help or something like that and it triggers and you're like, oh man. Yeah. Shh. Go back over that. Reflect on that. See it and connect the dots. Let your mind think its way through. That's why you don't need to be reading fast. Go slow. Read a page a day. Fuck, I don't care. You know, sometimes, man, you'll start to recognize that when you read, when it feels good, obviously you've got to create the habit, right? Start picking up stuff, read a page, read two, really go slow, read on a device so that you can look up the words in real time instead of assuming you know what they are. So those of you who read in context, I have kids. They love to do that sometimes. My oldest, he's pretty decent about, figuring out what the words mean, but he likes that sort of thing. But my youngest, he loves to just read context. And I'm like, no, you little booger, slow the fuck down. What's that mean? I don't know. Oh, then did you really read it? That's being illiterate. You need to go back. Just because you can say the word doesn't mean you know what you are saying or what you're reading or what it means in context. So I'm saying that because a lot of times there's a lot of this stuff that you guys are reading and it has words and it's using words in ways that you're not used to. So you can sometimes assume if you ever read a sentence and you don't know what it means, go back, start over and find out where you stop, where things started to drop for you, and look up that word. Ask yourself, well, what does this chunk mean? Okay, well, let me try this. And better yet, highlight it, put it in ChatGPT and say, what the fuck does this mean? And ChatGPT will explain it to you. You don't even have to do all the cognitive thinking. I mean, you know, I did, so I think it's worth having, you know, but also at the same time, I'm here to, you cheat. Don't do the cognitive thinking. Ask ChatGPT to explain it to you and call it a fucking day, because at the end of the day, you need to know the information. While the tools of being able to break stuff down is great, that will happen over time. The more that you do this, you will naturally start to, because your attention is on breaking down information and in order to apply it to yourself. So when I talk about application all the time, we're going to move on to observing the mind without judgment, which is great segue. When I talk about applying information, you can do that in real time while taking in the information. Apply it to your life up to now. And then when we talk about applying, it happens in 2 steps. You need to look and apply hindsight, retrospective. Let me look at everything and see, when did I do this? When did I not do this? Oh, okay. Am I good at doing this? Do I have feelings about this? Apply it now. Okay. And then applying it going forward is in action only, not in thought. I don't give a fuck how many conversations you have with somebody where you're like, I'm going to pull out this nugget of truth. You're not applying it. Teaching other people shit is not applying it. Teaching other people shit is just reminding yourself of stuff. That's it. You know, when I'm doing all this, I'm just reminding myself of stuff. Oh, it's nice to keep this up in the, you know, it's nice to keep it up in the forefront sometimes. But, you know, applying it in real time is through action, when you have the choice, okay? And all of you, you'll get used to it. Observing the mind without judgment. We're going to get into that and talk about how do we apply? How do we get into our mind, right? And be able to do all of that. So you've got this pain body and it doesn't want to die. And of course it doesn't want to die. It only associates with your physical life. Can you imagine if someone comes up to you and is like, you know, your personality, it's not making me win. So I need to get rid of you. You'd be like, hold the fucking, get the fuck out of that car immediately. You know what I mean? Like, excuse me, bitch, what? You know what I mean? This is no joke. Don't ever utter those words to me in a car. I will crash us both. If I'm going, we're all going. I'm not doing this, crash out immediately. We're hitting the end button fast, huh? You know what I'm saying? That would be a real fucked up situation. So that's how your ego feels. That's why it grabs for the wheel. And your emotions go crazy because it's like, are you crazy? You can't kill me. I'm driving this thing. And you're like, no, you're not driving this thing. And then it's like, yes, I am. And then you wake up and you go, oh my God, I'm doing it again. I said that I wouldn't stay if somebody said this, that, and the other, and I'm here. I can't breathe. I feel frustrated. I feel like yelling at people, but also that would make me crazy. People are just going to tell me I'm making a big deal out of it. Anyways, this is you fighting for the wheel with your ego, being like, bitch, we can't crash and burn here. And you're like, no, we need to, because you're saying, give me the wheel. This is over. You can't play anymore. You need to take the wheel. How you take the wheel is very simple. Very fucking simple. All you do is recognize that you are fighting for control with yourself. How? Indecision. Anxiety. Sometimes that looks like avoidance. Anxiety. Urgency. I gotta do something. Plotting and scheming. Plotting and scheming means like plotting out conversations with other people in order to get something. That's plotting and scheming. Any of that kind of energy, you are most likely spiraling. Your ego has the wheel. You're trying to shake the wheel. You can't tell if you're self-sabotaging by changing your life or self-sabotaging in this moment and trying to keep things the same because you thought you were making changes. You see, I don't trust myself. I'm confused. Spiraling. So, 1, recognize it. 2, go sit the fuck down somewhere by yourself. I feel like not a lot of people have heard that in their life in a really healthy way. Adults, especially if you're a millennial, you probably grew up, boomers, oh Jesus. They really didn't hear that in a constructive way. But like usually people grow up hearing, go sit. They hear that in some type of fucked up way of go sit down, your behavior's bothering me. They hear it when they're not doing stuff that's actually bothersome. They hear it when they were being natural. They hear it when they were doing stuff that was not necessarily valid. The emotion is valid, but the reaction is in some way, shape, or form not conducive with the environment or the person. They hear it and they're neglected. They hear it and nobody explains anything to them afterwards, so they don't get to process what just happened to them. I was in psychosis and I was spiraling and nobody explained what was going on to me. Something must be wrong with me. So they sit there, right? Many people here, I need you to sit the fuck down by yourself for a little while. In so many fucked up ways growing up, that the idea of going to sit down by yourself, to sit with that, it fills you with so much shame, guilt, and regret. You must have done something wrong. So whatever was going on just then, you're wrong. I'm wrong. I'm bad. There's something wrong with me. I can't sit and have a normal conversation with people. I can't X, Y, and Z, right? Right? So I'm telling it to you now in a really healthy and constructive way. Listen, my friend, you're spinning out. Go sit the fuck down somewhere by yourself. Misery loves company, so don't call a friend unless you need a friend. But recognize and be very conscious about the fact that if you need a friend in those moments, that you also need to work on that extensively. And because you felt like you couldn't do it by yourself, you may need to work on that extensively with a professional. Because if you're calling your friend when you, an adult, feel like you can't handle something, you are putting the responsibility onto them to be your caregiver. And being a caregiver of an adult, whether you birth them or not, is removing agency and autonomy from a person and managing them. So if someone has to emotionally regulate you, for you to be able to come down from a spiral out, some anything like that, to lift your spirits, whatever you want to call it, if somebody has to do that for you, you are putting them in an unethical position unless you guys both have express consent and it's healthy and all this, that, and the other. But do you really feel like you need to be doing that with a whole nother fucking person and it being healthy? That's the question you have to ask yourself. So, is it okay to do? Yeah, we all need help sometimes. Sometimes when I'm spiraling out, I'm like, I know when I'm about to hit a spiral out. My God. Because I'll be with my partner. I'm just like, I have 2 modes, okay? Well, I have many different modes, right? It depends on what emotion it is. If it's one where I need to go sit and meditate with myself and I'm just avoiding it, I'll be like, hey, do you want to do something? What are you up to? What are your thoughts? You seem kind of quiet. And he'll be like, you just asked me 5 things in a row without giving me a chance to say one thing. I'm approaching cautiously. Me, why? Why are you approaching cautiously? I just want to avoid something. I just don't want to, okay, I'm going to go sit down. I'm going to go sit down and be with myself because I'm bored. I'm bored and I want to be entertained. Entertain me, Gemini Mars. Man. And I'm like, I want to entertain me, but my kids do that to me. So I'm like, oh man, I see what it's like. I should never do that to another person. Being bored is miserable. Feeling dejected or rejected is miserable. Feeling betrayed, miserable. Feeling left out, miserable. Any kind of negative emotion that you are feeling tends to bring along misery at some point in time if you sit in it long enough. And misery loves company. Misery loves to make other people miserable to validate itself so that it can be seen. Okay? And that is a world of abuse, a world of all sorts of fucked up stuff. Okay? So you want to avoid things like that by sitting the fuck down, learning to meditate. And meditating isn't getting rid of your thoughts or not moving. Sometimes if it is anger in any way, shape, or form, if you feel hot in your body, if you feel like you're compelled to get up and go do something, you're compelled to go tell that bitch to her face that what she said, you saw it. You saw it. You're prepared for all that kind of stuff. You probably need to go move your body. Go walk. You're not going to lose no weight walking that fucking hot. Being honest. So don't expect all the weight to fall off. You need to get rid of those situations and stuff that's causing inflammation. But go and walk. You need to move that energy throughout your body. Don't text. Don't call a friend. I just want to vent. No, sit in your own misery. Because at the end of the day, when you have to sit in all that misery, do you know what you want to do? Move out of it. No emotion lasts forever. And eventually you're going to want to move out of that misery and you're going to use tools to move out of that misery. The more you sit in different emotions that you do not enjoy, okay, in a safe and healthy way, to identify them so that you can process and move that energy throughout your body, the more you meditate, identify emotions and thought patterns that are related so that I can move that out my body. What does that mean, moving it out my body? So that I can say, is that a mindset that behooves me? Is that a mindset that's helping me? In every story, when someone has that mindset, fucked up shit happens to them. Do I want to be that bitch in this story? Absolutely the fuck not. Do I need to feel shame because that right now I feel like I'm her in this story? Absolutely the fuck not. Well, who can I be instead? What perspective can I take about this to shift my energy out of this? Well, is there any good perspective about this conversation I had with this person, X, Y, and Z, this, that, or the other? No, they're fucked up. Okay, so I'm in rage and anger. I need to walk maybe around this block a bit more times. So no, there is no perspective. I just want to punch that bitch in the face. Okay, so what boundaries do I need to set with myself? Because there is no way, shape, and form that I should be putting myself in situations like this, where I'm this fucking mad, this fucking hot. She's got me walking around the block. So what boundaries do I need to set with myself? Like I don't like them having access to me. I don't like any of this. Okay. So now how can I honor those things? What are the next steps? You know what I'm saying? And can I do that in a healthy way that is X, Y, and Z? Now, when do you stop? Just because you figured out you needed boundaries? No. You know you've processed the energy when you feel better. I know, I always say this. I know, and anytime I say that, people are like, bitch, what if it never feels better? What if that takes days? Well, that means you're holding on to something, doesn't it? So instead of just sitting in it, waiting to feel better, you can ask, well, what am I holding on to? What do I need to let go of? Well, the fact that you keep arguing with this person in your head as you walk around the block, and you said there is no way in which you can shift your perspective to just feel better about the situation. Like sometimes the shift of perspective is, I really assumed that she was angry with me when in all actuality, like if I was an objective person in the room observing, I would have thought she was just having a bad day. But, I was a little sensitive. So maybe this is just me internalizing stuff. Why was I internalizing things then? Because is that normal? Do I do that all the time? Yes. Or maybe no. Maybe I was internalizing, oh, I had that bad indigestion. I had a pint of Earl Grey ice cream. I've been addicted to Earl Grey ice cream lately. It's delicious. I shouldn't tell people that. There's only 4 left at my store. Anyways, not me being protective of my Earl Grey. That's insane. Anyways, my point is that if you've already realized that, like, you internalized and maybe it was on you, this, that, and the other, you can shift your perspective. But if it's a situation where you're like, no, I was disrespected, X, Y, okay, then you stop giving it your attention after you decide what you're going to do. I'm going to start setting boundaries. Good. What else can you focus on right now? Because there's no point in continuing to give this this energy. If you've gone through it, if you're repeating arguments, if you're repeating stuff, if you're on repeat with it, if you're like, I've already thought this before, but what if there's more? No, go focus on something else. While you're walking, look up. Where are you? Wait, what? Yeah, where are you? Oh man, I don't know. I've been walking around this block. Okay, how do I know where I am? I guess I'm around this part. Okay, where is that? Imagine your soul's looking for you and is trying to find you on the street, and you have to direct them to you. Your soul has a gift, okay? It always has a gift for you. And that's a change of fucking perspective, something else to put your attention on. Your soul is waiting. Your soul is like, listen, I have baby after baby after baby to hand to you. As far as in this one's going to get you the bag. This one's going to get you the bigger bag. This one's going to get you the ultimate bag. I have so many fucking creations to hand to you and so many different signs and synchronicities so that we can get moving, because fuck that bitch from the office. We need to get moving on what we're doing, right? And I'm excited and I'm happy, but your soul can't get to you if it doesn't know where you are. Remember, your soul is only as present as you are. So how does it know how to get to you? But you have to know where you are. Take deep breaths. And it's not just about the sign. It's not, oh, I'm on Baker Street. I just made that up in case anybody's trying to find me. That'd be weird. Don't do that. I just made that up. There's some Virgo energy in me, so I'm like consistently like, I see you spying. I'm just kidding. But whatever, it's not just knowing what street you're on, it's knowing how does it smell outside right now? What's the weather feel like? Because your soul's out of time, okay? You need to create an entire fucking picture. Is there a billboard nearby? What's the sounds like? Oh, you have your headphones on? Take them off. Oh, okay, wow. I didn't know there were so many birds out here today. That's weird. Why are all the birds out here today? Is that a tree full of crows? Is it a murder? Oh my God, what does it mean? Right now you can, you're in emotional energy, usually when all this is happening, and the emotional state is a very psychic state to be in. So it's important that you learn how to move energy around you and also recognize that you are in an emotional state and that you can shift out of it. And I'm going to say this one last thing before we move into, observing the mind without judgment. I mean, we're kind of in that, but I'm going to say this one last thing. I was eating out and, I was with my family. So my oldest was there and he had done something that bothered me. And I was like, I've already talked to you about this. And I feel like you have the wherewithal to know that this is not it. Right. And I think we were at a place and he went to go get an ice cream thing or something like that. And then my partner was like, oh yeah, I had to talk to him about X, Y, and Z. And I was like, he did it then too, right? That was all I needed to light that flame. I was like, I'm going to talk to him again when he sits down. No, but when he sat down, I was like, oh, by the way, I just heard about this too. Yeah. So, I'm just going to let you know X, Y, Z. And that's just it. Listen, you've been told to it before. You've been educated about it. You've been warned and you've been told why those things. You've showed me that you understand the difference between A and motherfucking B. So if I catch B again on the street, you're gonna catch me on the street too. I'm gonna watch you suffer the consequences. I'm gonna point at them, and I'm gonna remind you every single step of the way. Okay, because I'm gonna be an asshole about it. And that's my thing, is I always say to them, I'm like, listen, when people push your boundaries or they overstep stuff, it's okay to get angry and it's okay to be an asshole as long as you're a respectful asshole. You know what I mean? Like, have respect. Respect above all things. But being an asshole is seeing someone suffer their natural consequence, and instead of turning a blind eye and being like, well, I guess they'll learn. No, you help them process. You talk about it. it. You remind them of this. Any type of justifications that they try to use to get out of it, you know, you ask questions until they've answered those questions and they've had to now think it through themselves, right, completely. And then, you know, you point out how when they do behaviors like that, it's fairly manipulative because it's very clear that they know that they're trying to wiggle out of a room of some sort. And if this is a rule for like safety, that's not one that you are manipulative about, because then you can't be trusted in those areas and you're breaking trust. That's an important conversation to have with the person, right? So right after that, and this conversation only happened for like 3 minutes. It was like 30 seconds really. And so then I looked at everybody because we were going to get going, and I was like, hey, everybody ready to go? And he was like, that was quick. And I was like, why do I have to be in a mad mood? Because you were making bad choices. Like, absolutely the fuck not. Yeah, you can shift in and out of emotion. Does that mean that I was not serious? No, it was important, and I delivered that in a tone and in a way and in the energy that was necessary. Because if I don't deliver that in the energy that honors how I feel in that moment, then I'm not being honest, right? So we need to honor ourselves in the moment, but do you need to stay in that energy? Oftentimes, how many times have you all been annoyed by somebody and you just stay in the energy all day? You set a timer on it. When X, Y, and Z happens, then I'll let it go. You realize you're setting a timer on fucking with your energy, right? They're probably trying to skate it. They're probably happy that you're not talking to them at first, because then they don't have to deal with the issue. And then when you're not talking to them afterwards, they justify in their heads X, Y, and Z. So you're only torturing yourself by holding on to them grudges and stuff. So don't do such things. Let your energy shift. Recognize and take ownership of your own things. Do I need to hold on to frustration, anger, and all of that kind of stuff just because Sharon at the office was being an asshole? No. You can move past it. You can say what you need to say and then shift your energy around so that you're not carrying it next into other spaces and places. What do you think about the demiurge's wound being replicated in the material world accidentally? See, that's interesting because I'm not quite sure what you mean by the demiurge. Because I don't know, like, I've heard that term many different times and I like dance with it on a periphery, but I don't really, I don't know it enough. Now, that being said, if a demiurge is the consciousness, the collective consciousness of everybody as an entity in itself, and it has a wound that is replicated in the material world, so that means that everyone else has and is dealing with that wound in some way. So, for instance, we have in systems, right? Let's talk about current times. There's a wound there, right? And collectively, we know that it's happening not just in certain countries, but all over the globe. You know, there's a patriarchy wound, right? There's a mother wound, right? There's an abandonment wound. There's all sorts of wounds, a spiritual wound that like this the collective conscious has, and it is replicated in its systems and how everyone else moves and works. Everyone else is, I guess, interacting with it and processing it and understanding it in their own way. So maybe the more people that heal themselves, the more the demiurge's energy heals and the less there is a need for a demiurge. I don't know what a demiurge is. I feel like isn't it like the creation, the creator, and then the creator creates something and then it convinces everyone that it is the creator? So in other words, I would be a demiurge to my characters, right? I created you, but really it was my soul who told me all these stories. And then I put that energy into the text. And then I'm like, I created you. And it's almost like an ego. I created. And it's like, no, I didn't actually. I channeled that. So I transmuted it, materialized it. But like, am I the creator? Yes. But also, I'm not the only one, right? So maybe there's a healthy way of going about that. But yeah. So anyways, observing the mind without judgment. So yeah, how do you do all of this? There's lots of guilt, shame, and regret when you have to go and take your time out, right? Because that's essentially what you're having. You're having a time out. I need people to stop thinking about it that way. I only said it like that to lure y'all into the trap of yeah, you know, I need to go take a time out. No, stop thinking about it that way. You just need a moment with yourself. You need to go home with yourself because something's not right. That's like treating going home like it's a fucked up thing. Can you imagine you go to your house, your sanctum, your sanctuary, and you're like, yeah, I'm bad. I have to go into my box. What are you, a dog in somebody's house where they kennel train? Oh my God, where they're like, go lay in your kennel. Oh my God. Don't treat yourself like that. You are not taking a time out. You are just taking time out of time. That's it. To go like figure out what's going on. Something in your system's spiraling out. If your car lights go off, I know some people are like, yes, I do feel shame. Your car lights go off. Do you go, oh my God, something's wrong with me? My car lights right. No, you just go like, oh damn, something ain't right. Let me take it to a mechanic. Let me take the time out of my day to go find out what's going on, right? It's not that deep, okay? Whatever you're going through, it feels massive in the moment because you are in the energy. And the longer you sit in that energy while trying to be present, trying to act in the material world, the longer you spend feeling overwhelmed because you're in something, you don't know what it is, but you are operating, okay? Imagine let's take the drive across country metaphor again. You're driving across country and you think you took a wrong turn somewhere because you're somewhere the fuck you don't even know what country you're in. And you haven't seen a store or gas station. Everything's closed, right? So you don't know where you are, which way you should go. Do you just keep driving or do you maybe pull over and look at your map or some shit? You know what I mean? Do you keep driving or do you like open up Google Maps and you're like, I need to reorient. I disassociated. You know, I don't know what's going on. I think I took a right turn and maybe Siri said left. I don't know. I don't know where I am right now. Everything's closed, so I can't even like, I don't know what's going on. I need to reorient myself, right? That's a normal thing. Sometimes you were dissociating, you're driving at the wheel, you're overwhelmed. The longer you stay driving into the unknown, the sun's setting, it's getting dark, the hills have eyes. The longer you keep doing that, the more you're going to freak yourself the fuck out. So you need to sit down, pull over maybe, reorient so that you can be on your way, or at least relieve yourself, right? Oh, that's what it is. Oh my God. Okay. I thought it was because I did something crazy. And no. This is even my energy. This isn't even my energy. Oh my God, I'm starting to get stuffy. Channeling and doing this does that to me. But anyways, you start to realize things like that. And so when you're realizing, oh, this isn't even my energy, yada, 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 you can shift out of it. Now, what stops us from doing that? What stops us from going and sitting down? We've already covered the shame, guilt, and the regret that happens when you feel like you need to step back. Oh, I feel like I've done something wrong. You don't need to be on all the time. You extroverted fucks. I'm just kidding. I'm like that too. But no, you social fucking butterflies. You do not need to be socializing all the time. Sometimes you're escaping and you use socializing to escape. You introverts, you don't need to be in your own space and in your own mind in the infinite realm of wherever all the fucking time. It sends you into psychosis. You can't tell the difference between reality and your delusions because you don't spend enough time in reality connecting with other people to know that there's a difference. I talk about that and the 12th house astrology class that I do. By the way, there's a flash sale on it for those of you interested. They're all $50 due to the current times. Everybody needs a break and everybody needs the information. So 12th house astrology course, I talk all about that when we get to Aquarius. And then also I talk about it with planets and aspects when I talk about Saturn and stuff like that. There's madman energy in being up there in your mind and in the cosmos and the infinite possibilities of things. You get lost. You get lost and you get stuck in mental anguish. Mental anguish is the illusion of pain, but you are not in physical pain. You are not. You are in mental anguish, and that mental anguish will then start to reflect in your life in some how, shape, or form as physical pain. Mental anguish is too much energy that is in dissonance. It's not flowing, and it's collected in some space or place in you, and it's causing you mayhem in some way, shape, or form. And you have normalized it. That's a wild ride. So, the reason why, or the best way to kind of get out of that kind of spiral and know that you can sit down and that be okay, and how you get to the place where you recognize your emotion, you're processing them, is to check your judgments. Anything you feel negative in that moment, if it's a judgment, you need to set it aside. You're going to have to make a choice. Are you either going to love yourself even when you are at your worst, or are you going to treat yourself like shit? Just simply make the choice. When you're alone by yourself, sitting down, and your thoughts are racing, and you can't tell up from down, were you in the wrong, were they in the wrong? Did you make the right choice or did you make the wrong choice coming here, doing this, all that kind of stuff? When you're in your own head, the only person that you have to take care of the inner child who is trying to do everything right and to manifest and to materialize in a world with just the right resources. And not only just the right resources, but you collect that shit along the way. You can't even, you don't even get a full, some of us are born and the bag of tools that we were supposed to have, you have a whole history and line behind you, a bunch of people with bags of tools, and they were all fuckers, either lost their tools, hoarding their tools. They won't even, they hand you the tools, but they won't tell you how to use them or what they're for, because for whatever their hang-ups are, generational trauma, right? So there are so many people who, whether they have the tools, the resources, whatever have you, you're sitting there and you only have you. There is no one else who will love you in that moment. So your inner child, in a moment where you are spinning out, are you an adult or are you in your child self form? Who feels secure, confident, and emotionally mature? A full-fledged adult. Who feels unsure? Everything is pretty unknown to them. They feel insufficient in some way, shape, or form, and they're constantly told that by their external environment that they are not old enough, they are not enough, they are not enough in some way, shape, or form. A child, because you're growing. You not old enough to do this, not tall enough to do this. You haven't done enough to know this, right? So you're a child in that moment. Would you ever put a child in a room alone and then decide the next person who goes in there with them to help them process what they're going through? Let's say this is the first time this child's dealing with regret. They said that they were going to share it's their favorite fucking toy. They brought it to school and they said they were going to share it with their friend, and their friend said they were going to take care of it, this, that, and the other, and then they stole it, and then not only did they steal it, but they ended up breaking it in the bag, and they found out, and they were lying, all this, that, and the other, and this was their best friend. And now their toy's gone. And this was something that was given to them. And it's so special. And, they, in their family, they don't get a lot of money. They don't have a lot of stuff. So he's not going to get it again. His parents aren't the kind of parents that are just buy him the new thing, especially since he took it to school. Regret. This is the first time this child's feeling of regret. Are you going to send somebody in that room that says, well, you should have known better? You should have, how many times do I tell you to put your stuff away? How many times? You should have X, Y, and Z. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. You're an idiot. You're stupid. You're dumb. You know what? You deserve that. You know what? You should have known better. X, Y. I can't believe that you even gave that stupid fucker your toy. Is that what would you expect to sit in an adult room and tell a child that? No. What you expect is an adult to go in the room and say, well, ask some questions. How are you feeling? I don't know. Okay, well, what are you thinking about? Well, I don't want to think about that. Well, if you don't think about it, can you solve it? No. Okay, so think about it. Well, so-and-so took my thing. He just took it from you? Well, I gave it to him. So he didn't take it from you. That's fair to say he didn't take it. You gave it to him. Why'd you give it to him? He's my best friend. You're talking. You're having a conversation now. A conversation where they originally wanted to be angry and misguide. He took it. That didn't happen. How many times have you blamed somebody for something you consented to? Yeah, that's fine. Call me whenever. Whenever. And they start calling you whenever. Oh, God. It's like they have no boundaries. Oh, really? Go fucking figure. You don't either. So it's like those moments, though, when you're talking to yourself and you say that thing, that's a judgment, isn't it? He took it. Is he really the type of person that just takes stuff? No. Why are you putting that judgment on him? Well, because I feel like I feel like I just got robbed. Okay, well, dive into that. Why do you feel that way? Because I gave it to him thinking that he would treat it special. I mean, he knows the kind of family that I come from. He gets everything. His family gives him all the stuff in the world, and he broke my one thing. So you feel robbed because he didn't take care of it. Whether he meant to, not, whatever, whether he was jealous or whatever, it doesn't really matter what, little Tommy was feeling in that moment. What matters is that he took your one special thing and you're grieving it right now. It's a hard lesson to learn how you lose stuff. Yeah. Yeah. That's rough. Now, that's the first time you have that conversation with yourself. You walk yourself through that. And then the second time, the same thing happens to you, and it's new, it's different, right? You're remembering a new memory. You walk in and you talk yourself through it. You ask yourself questions. Remember earlier I said I was going to let the consequences just hit him, step out of the way? That, to me, feels like such an asshole thing to do. To see something coming at somebody and not give them warning. You know what I mean? To just see somebody walk straight into a fucking wall and be like, well, I guess you deserved it. You should have been looking where you were going. That's such an asshole thing to do to me. But also, I've gotten myself into a lot of trouble being like, hey, there's a wall right there. Hey, you should look up. Meanwhile, that person needed to walk into a few brick fucking walls because, god damn it, they never look at where they're going. They needed to learn that lesson, and here I am stopping them. They're, this is, when it's a child, it's easy to say, you definitely don't be an asshole. You always alert them. And then after a while, they start getting big, and you're like, you're too big to need me to remind you of that. That's a safety hazard. So then you have to let them walk into the wall, and then you ask them questions. Yeah, nobody likes that. You ever sit down and you have to talk about your feeling in that moment, and it feels terrible. Sometimes you don't want to say the truth because you feel like the truth makes you sound terrible, or it makes you sound too good. Whatever it is that keeps you in that horrible feeling is what you feel, right? And talking about it feels like you're making it real. Yes, you're validating yourself. You're making your emotions realized so that you can see it for what it is. Say, wow, see that lesson in there, and say, thank you. Grief, you taught me boundaries. You taught me boundaries. You took something from me, and I have to have some different fucking boundaries, right? Also, you taught me that if I'm going to give and share, that it has to be openly. I can't be attached to something and also give it away at the same time. This is my fragile thing. Please hold it with care. No. Anybody you ever meet somebody who wants to give you something, but then they have 1,000 lists of what to do and what not to do with it? I'm always like, keep it. That's stressful as fuck. I'm going to sit here walking around on eggshells. No, fucking keep it. I don't want it. Well, don't lose this because it was given to me by my dead ancestors and it's irreplaceable. Bitch, I'm not wearing that anywhere, first of all. Absolutely not. You're trying to curse me with 1,000 sons. Oh, who knows? Maybe your Aunt Sally Mae or whoever the fuck owned this thing doesn't even want me wearing it, so she knocks it off while I'm walking. I don't need that kind of baggage on my name. If anybody ever tries to give you something that's super fucking precious and they're nervous about it, give pause. Okay, that's a sign. So observing the mind without judgment. It means being able to ask yourself questions, and sometimes you're gonna get the ick with yourself. You're gonna get sad with yourself. You're going to get mad with yourself. You're going to get all of those emotions. Acknowledge them all, recognize them, and allow them to move through your body. Allow yourself to see them for what they are, that they're showing up to tell you something. Anger showed up and said, and maybe some of you, when anger shows up, it screams directly at you. It'll stop screaming the more you start listening. It'll stop screaming the more you start listening. It's screaming because when you feel like you're not being heard, do you scream? There you go. Are you suspicious of everybody anytime somebody does something nice for you because you know that inherently when people start doing nice shit around you, things get weird? Somebody wants something. Okay. Well, every time you want something, you're going to get suspicious about every single sign and synchronicity that comes in, the energy as it approaches to come to you to receive. You're going to have a little messenger boy show up with your manifestation. You're going to be like, that's suspicious. The fuck? Let me lock my doors and close my windows and turn on my blinds. No soliciting. No loitering. Get off my lawn, boy. And they're like, oh man, this must be the wrong house. Excuse me, ma'am. Wrong energy. This was not for you, right? That's kind of how that works. When the way that you react to things is the way those emotions are going to speak to you, and it's your job to sit there and just sit and wait, just know that all that stuff's going to calm down. And when it does, that's when you feel better. If it's a conversation that you need to have with somebody, wait until you feel better. Okay, you have your lucid moments where you feel better. Wait until then. Get present with yourself, because when you feel dysregulated, which is what psychosis and spiraling and crashing out really is that you're dysregulated. When you're dysregulated, you need to go with yourself so you can re-regulate and calibrate. That's it. You just need to pull over for a minute and be like, and that's what being present helps you do. When you start breathing techniques are huge when it comes to being present. And when I mean a technique, y'all, I am probably the most laid back fucking witch you'll ever find. I only do mental magic simply because I can't be bothered. Rituals, I tell my spirit team all the time, I'm like, y'all hungry? You're non-corporal. And they're like, bitch. And I'm like, I'll light a candle. And they're like, you got donuts on the fucking counter. You can give us 3 donuts. And I'm like, for real? That seems a little scrimpy. And they'll be like, bitch, we're getting annoyed. And I'm like, I don't understand why. We can just do this mentally. We can exchange energy mentally. And they're like, do you really fine. So I'm very mental with my magic. It's all I communicate mentally, but I have a lot of air energy and stuff like that. So that's natural for me. Does that make sense? So I'm the most laid back. When it comes to breathing techniques, you will not catch me knowing this method and this method and this. Bitch, just breathe in for 4 counts and breathe out for 4 counts. And if you still don't feel calm, keep doing it. Count, breathe. Okay, just practice. Is your breath getting stuck here? Oh, geez. Is it uncomfortable? It shouldn't be. So keep breathing until you adjust. And adjust is your body. You're allowed to adjust your body until it feels nice. Did you know that? I know there are a lot of people out there screaming, your body's my body and my choice. And they're walking into a hell of hurt, you know? Let's talk about walking into a brick wall. Anyways, I'm none of my business. It's not the channel that I'm on. But my point is that when it's your body, you get to sit with it. It's your body. You get to sit with it. You get to breathe. You get to figure out, is this breath? Is this? Is this that? When you're dancing, you get to decide how you dance. You don't have to go do yoga poses. You don't have to learn yoga. There are plenty of bitches out there who know yoga and have no spirituality. Okay? Yoga is... I'm not even going to get into it, but the point that I'm making is you just have to move your body. You just have to move your body. Put on your own music. Pay attention to the music that you're listening to. That's an energetic channel. If you're listening to sad shit, that Billie Eilish song, Wildflower, I like it and everything, but I could only listen to that shit once because I was like, bitch, you have me fucked up. Where if I stole your man, do you still think about us? Bitch, no. I'm not listening to that. I don't want her reprogramming me to be stupid. You know what I'm saying? Be mindful of what you're listening to. If something comes up and it resonates with you, this did happen to you. I resonate. Let it help you process. Yes, recognize it. And you don't have to keep listening to it on repeat, though. I knew somebody who would listen to the same music on repeat. And I remember once I was sitting in the car with them and I was like, it's kind of like you're on a merry-go-round. Turned out I was right. That's how that works. You can reprogram yourself with music, so make sure that you are listening to stuff that propels you somewhere else. Listen to stuff that doesn't have lyrics, so you're less likely to be triggered, but be mindful, because yes, there is classical music out there that will have you feeling like you were in a haunted fucking mansion, okay? Those people were cracked out too, so be for real. So the point that I'm making, though, is when you are in your body, you can let go of all of the judgments. You have to decide, are you going to be the good one and ask questions and be kind, or are you going to be like everybody else who did it wrong? And you know who they are. When their voices come up in your head, any negative thought that comes up in your head, who is that? I'm sorry, hold on. Pause. Who is that? Oh, that was Aunt Shirley. Fuck that bitch. No, she told me to humble myself. I do remember that Easter. I do remember, actually. Is that why I do that every single time I'm about to do this? You mean to tell me that for the past 15 fucking years, I let that bitch Shirley, I don't know why I'm always aggressive to people with S names and shit like that. Anyways, I let that son of a bitch dictate how I acted when this happened. No wonder why this didn't work out. No wonder why this person didn't understand me when I was like, why didn't you think that it was important to me? Because I downplayed it. Oh my God, I'm seeing it now. And it was Shirley. So the next time Shirley shows up, are you going to invite her inside? Or are you going to be like, oh no, bitch, you need to leave. You are a toxin. You spread poison. Absolutely. Absolutely not. I don't want your sweet potato pie. Get out of here. No. And then all of a sudden, sweet memories of Aunt Shirley start to come up. You're allowed to be like, wow, she was a multidimensional person, but I need her to leave. I need her to leave because she did me a wrong, and I don't even talk to her anyways. Energetically, why is this even happening? Why is this happening? I was sitting minding my own business, and then I self-sabotaged at work because Aunt Shirley told me that I needed to humble myself when I was 7 because I wanted to sing the little song that we did at Easter, and everybody was congratulating me and saying this, that, and the other, and I felt so cute, and I twirled in my dress, and I don't know why this happened. This has never happened to me. And anyways, and I was twirling in my goddamn dress, and everybody was like, woo, look at her go, look at her go, and she was like, too big for your britches, huh? Keep doing that and you're going to end up falling flat on your ass, you know. You need to stop gloating. Yes, it was cute, but pack it up. Robbed at 7. And now you're robbing yourself at 27. Get it together. Aunt Shirley doesn't need to keep coming through the door. I don't care if she had good sweet potato pie. I don't care if she was nice to you most of the time. I don't care if she financially supported you and during your hard times, if she gave you really good advice. She also tried to cut your fucking wings. So when you hear her voice come up in your head, call it a day. Now, if you just having a different experience at the moment and she comes up in your mind and she's giving you encouragement, do you need to shut off that energy? No. Again, you recognize she's a multidimensional person. And in this particular instance, her wisdom served you right. But she also was a totally different person when you were in your teens. Because, you know, she left that crazy man. And then it turned out, yeah, she came into herself. So yeah, while she did some bad things back then, I actually don't have to hold on to that, and I don't have to punish her today for it. I just need to recognize that I internalized something in that moment. It was unnecessary. Boom. Now, if Aunt Shirley's still a bitch, obviously, you know, do what you need to do. But my point is that is sitting with yourself, being without judgment, right? Isolating and identifying things, asking whose voice is that? If it's your voice, where'd you learn it from? Is that the healthiest possible way? Are there other ways to go about feeling about this particular situation? Because if you're making this judgment about you, now put somebody else in that seat. Do you feel comfortable making that same judgment? Do you feel comfortable judging another person the same way you were doing with yourself right now? And to speak on that, when you are scrolling on the internet, interacting with other people, save your judgments. Just scroll. If you don't like something, keep scrolling. You don't need to be like, oh my God, you see what I mean? I can't stand people like this. Listen to me. In the current times and day, I'm going to show you exactly how fucking serious that shit gets. Just go look at Democrat to left-leaning TikTok right now, and it's a bunch of people in-house fighting because the election was rigged, but they're fighting as if they turned on each other. And it's like, you think you turned on each other while a felon was... a felon got elected, and you think it was because of you guys? Oh my God. Like, sometimes it's bigger than you. You know what I mean? You mean January 2020 happened? And you think this year was just going to be like, honest Abe. We're going to do it honest. Everything is going to be smooth. You know, the internal screaming. So go look at that. That is judgment, right? You can tell all the people who are really upset and they're casting judgment here, there, and the other because they keep making videos talking to people who don't even watch their content. Yeah. How many of you got yelled at by countless people who you also voted the same way they did, but they're out here yelling at you, telling you you're the reason why, and you're like, wait, am I the reason? Wait, no, that's right. I got robbed too. Why are they yelling at me? I don't know why. What's going on? You know, that's judgment. When you're casting judgment on others all the time, it becomes really quick and easy to also cast that same judgment on yourself. You're limiting yourself. Your capacity is low. You're not allowing yourselves to process energy. So then when something else is going on or something much bigger is happening, you can't see past your own self. And the judgments I have to be right. I have to do X, Y, and Z. I have to show up this way. I have to perform this way. These are all judgments, right? Because we judge other people who don't perform, who don't show up, who don't do it perfectly, who don't show us this every single day as if we've seen them X, Y, and Z. Many people do that on TikTok all day. They're just judging the content that they see. That was cringe. That was this. That was that. The reason why they're like this is because of this. We don't know these people. We don't know these people. We don't know. We don't know these people. We're making a lot of assumptions. Every assumption you make is most likely a judgment. And it tells you about your belief system. And your belief system is what you believe. What you believe. Oh, that's cringe. That's what you believe. And the reason why the algorithm's showing it to you, this dance trend that you want to do, that you keep thinking it's cringe when other people do these like little trends or whatever, that's because for some fucking reason you don't like creative self-expression and other people seeing you do it, and you keep telling yourself it's cringe. Why do you think you don't like self-expression and other people seeing you do it? Because your belief system is it's cringe. That bitch got 100 million views and 100 likes or some shit, or a million likes. You know what I'm saying? So it can't be that it's not hitting. Oh, I find it cringe. No. You find yourself to be limited to a capacity in which you cannot see this expression and receive it because you won't allow yourself to do such a thing. So, mirrors, right? When we're judging others, check that. In what way do I limit myself that that's my belief? Because why do I care? When you don't have a belief about something, then you are neutral about it, babes. I'm telling you. You ever see something that you've never experienced before, but it also doesn't flip your fancy, you know? You're not getting excited by it. You're just like, Yeah, you almost start to dissociate to another plane. If someone keeps making me watch this, I sometimes get like that about the games my kids like to play, because I'm like, I don't play those games. So then they're like telling me the mechanics, and I'm like, sweet, and I'm like, I'm sorry, I disassociated. Can you give me the highlights? If I have to keep listening to you explain a mechanic of a game I've never played, I won't exist on this plane for very long. Please give me the highlights, right? Because I'm neutral. I'm very uninterested. I have no judgments. I can't even fathom the thing. So that's when you know you're neutral about something, is when it doesn't emotionally pull you. So that's really important. Number 4, how long have we been doing this? What should I do? I'm feeling like I can't do my job and be who I need to be healed. What should I do? Just be yourself. I'm feeling like I can't do my job. Well, you have to identify, like, if you feel like you can't do so, sit, meditate, journal. I'll mention this. Embracing stillness is the gateway to the divine. What should I do? Bridge a connection between yourself and the divine. I'll talk about that here. So, I'll read the top comment. Oh, there's more to it. I see. I have a serious question. I'm a priest, so shadow work done. Just got done watching your vid. My issue is I've personally decided to protect my peace to grow, but I'm an HRM. What is that? Reputation and caring about it is a type of judgment. Well, not kind of I'm in human resource management. Okay, let me answer the reputation things, and thank you. So, what was that thing? So that it leaves my mind completely. Reputation is a collection of your actions. Your reputation speaks for you. It is an important thing. It is your impression, your lasting impression, not your first impression, although people can gather based on their first impression, but it is your lasting impression. All of your actions leading up to a thing. Caring about it is just what kind of boundaries do you have. So for instance, I have high integrity. If people are starting to come around me and they're like, oh, she's this, she's lying about this, she's making stuff up about this just so that she has something to say. Yeah, I can't be around that, because that's insane. Somebody's trying to invalidate my entire life because for some reason they don't believe me. That's that's weird. You know what I mean? Like, I talk about a book I like and they're like, she probably never read it. That's weird. That's really fucking weird. So do I need to care about their opinions of my reputation, or what type of reputation that they're trying to tear it down, this, that, or the other? I need to care about what it's going to do to my integrity if I stay with someone who's constantly trying to tear down my reality, like the solid materialized reality. Your reputation is your materialized reality, the actions and the things that you have done. That's why many people can have many different reputations, right? Maybe you're an asshole in some places and you have a reputation for being a real bitch, and then you're a really nice person, and to some people, and you have a really reputation of being a really kind person, and those people just cannot fathom that you are one or the other, and you go, I'm both. Those people over there are annoying. So of course they think I'm a bitch. That's all they're going to get. These people over here are pretty chill. And, I got no beef. So they think I'm a pretty kind person. I'm both. Now, if the kind people start trying to convince me. I don't know. My point is that if I go around denying one and I'm trying to convince the kind people that I'm not an asshole, and then now it's a problem because I care about how other people perceive me instead of just letting people make up their minds and figure out what they're going to do about it, you know? Because I made up my mind. Either I'm here or I'm not. You know what I'm saying? My actions speak louder than my words. Either I'm here or I'm not. Oh man, I just saw a shadow. What does that mean? Anyway, so, okay, so to the priest, you're in human resources and you're feeling like you can't do your job and be who you need to be healed. So this is tough because you're a priest, you're also in human resources. Actually, well, okay, here's my thing. If you're a priest, you're in human resources and you feel like you can't be healed and do your job, right? Then that just means you are a priest in an establishment that does not support true priesthood. Do you get what I'm saying here? You are a priest in an establishment that is toxic. You just have a toxic work environment. So what should you do? You have to start thinking about how to set boundaries so that you are moving in a direction of where you need to go. You could wake up tomorrow and there's a job opening for another place that you can easily move to. And you think it's all the things, it's all this and that. No, it's just the business that you're the CEO of your company. You know, that's spreading bad vibes. And you get what I'm saying? And the CEO of your company isn't, in fact, God. It's the head person. You know, it's all of this stuff. By the CEO, I just mean it's the system, the workings of that particular establishment. You can go to a totally different one. But let me see. I'm in human resource management. Okay, I'm just making sure there's no other comments that you said. ATR praise. So, I mean, it's a matter of, yes, to say, I'm pushing to move on, but timing and moving is through my ethics mindset. But also, there's lessons. Sometimes there are lessons for you to learn while you're still in a space and place, and those lessons are how can you conduct boundaries that protect your peace, and oftentimes that will remove you from the space naturally. Now, that being said, here's a warning of, yeah, word to the wise. The moment you change and you grow, sometimes you will be uprooted from your pot. That is a traumatizing thing. For instance, I was going to say the church burns down. That's crazy. You can tell anytime I go to a church, I'm always like, please do not burn upon my entry. Because, you know, it would happen as a joke, honestly, between me and God. God would be like, I'm gonna let this place sizzle a little just to give you a good laugh, simply because you keep saying it. But the thing that I'm making is like the whole church, something could go wrong, or somebody's like, you know what, we're absolving this position, you're redundant, you can't work here anymore, and you're like, damn, I just lost my only job, everything's falling apart around me, this, that, and the other. But if you are moving towards yourself, put your faith. What should you do? Psalms. Go read Psalms. Put your faith. There is a door, and the door is only open for you when you surrender to saying, it's out of my hands. Give it to God. That's all you got to do. And I'm only saying that to you specifically because you're a priest. Give it to God. Give it to God. That like, there's nothing wrong with your faith. There's something wrong with the job that you're in. And the job that you're in, it's like working at a coffee shop. There are millions of coffee shops. Not all of them have toxic work environments, right? But you don't go around stopping your love of coffee, stopping your love of meeting and greeting customers, your hospitality, all this, that, and the other, right? And the more you learn and grow as a barista, next thing you know, you end up at a fine dining restaurant making 3 times as much because they want you to be the boss, because you have so much information that you know about coffee, because you stopped giving your energy to the establishment and started giving it to the craft. So give it up to God. I'm in Santeria. So whichever, okay, still, all of that applies, just move it to Santeria. So give it up to one of whoever you work with. I'm very, very much whoever you work with. And on top of that, just boundaries. They're going to teach you the lessons that you need to learn in order to empower yourself in those situations. But I am saying, when you empower yourself in a place where it feels toxic to empower yourself, that means that place is oppressive in some way. Gaining power in an oppressive system draws attention and confirmation that the place is not positive for you as you were healing and growing, and that in itself can be traumatizing, but you've got to give it like surrender into it and stuff. So embracing stillness is a gateway to the divine. I kind of covered this for the most part, but embracing stillness is when you are capable of just sitting and just looking around. You're not making judgments or thinking about. You ever sit out at the mall and people watch? That's not still. When you're still is when you're sitting at the mall and you stop people watching and you start actually experiencing being one with everyone around you. That you're here, they're here, how they feel, how it feels when they walk by you. Whoa. You're not in your mind trying to process things. You are an animal, smelling, feeling. You're sitting on a bench. It's a little grimy. Ew. I don't like to sit on benches in malls, if you can't tell. But the point that I'm making is like when you go outside, and remember when I told you go outside, maybe this was in a video, but the point is that when you are trying to become present, you are using all of your 5 senses to really take in the environments around you, but you need to activate those senses. So your sense of smell, your sense of sound, your sense of taste, touch, and sight, activate them. And putting your full attention into taking in the information, not what it means. So in other words, this is a tarot deck, right? It's a box. You can see it. I don't have to tell you what it is, actually. Actually, let's do this one. You already know what this is. I don't have to tell you. The moment I start saying it's a cup, and it's a teacup, it has my tea in it, I'm giving it more meaning than is necessary. You can just look at this shit and see that it's a cup. You know what I mean? You don't need to know. You don't need to know that I know that it's a teacup. You can just look at it. It's a mug, technically. Well, you get the point. You know what kind it is because your eyes are telling you. If you touch it, you know what material it is. You don't need me to tell you it's some kind of matte material that doesn't slip. It's a little anti-slip. You need to hear all that. You can just feel it and know for yourself. Sitting in stillness is sitting in knowingness. Funny enough, I drink and I know things. That's I say that every time I drink my tea, just so I can feel smarter. Be still. But yeah. Oh my goodness. My nose is starting to get stuffy. Anytime I'm channeling, it's like I need more and more liquids and water. And tea and ice water doesn't just always do it. I feel like I need to blow my nose, but I hate blowing my nose in front of people. So you're just going to hear me suck up my snot. That's gross. How is that any better? Anyways, back to the point. Sitting in stillness is being able to sit in an experience and just know. Okay? It's like a childlike brain. Children don't go around labeling things. Oh, this is this and this is this. They feel stuff. They know what a thing is because of their experience with it. You can experience something and not know the name. So for instance, you ever sit somewhere? Oh, man. You ever sit somewhere and you're people watching, and then you realize that person has an entire life of their own, and you're not even a part of it. You are a background character. You are a background character in someone else's main story life, and you don't even know what that main story life is. You'll never have access to that because you are, in fact, the background character. That's how far away you are from that main character. And as you as a main character, they have more relevance to you than you have to them because they don't even know that you're watching. And they have become the subject of your eye. So they have a role in your story. That's crazy. They have a role in your story and they don't even know because you're a background character in theirs. Whoa, trippy. It's also called a sonder. Or is it just sonder? Maybe it's just sonder. Anyways, you might not have known the word for that, right? But you've experienced it maybe. See? So the knowing, I described a feeling as a situation and you knew you've experienced in your own way, shape, or form, right? And so, oh wait, I'm seeing something in the comments. Something that hurts. Somebody's experiencing some pain. But I don't know what specifically, and I feel like I'm scrolling really far to figure out what that is. So, talks about this in his Waking Up app. So James Lowe has some good talks about this on his Waking Up app. Also, yeah, waking up. Waking up is a great time to be in stillness. I was going to say that I was going to mention this, but morning pages is a great time to sit in stillness with yourself. But the point is it's in a state of just knowing. When you just accept what is with you, just being able to take in. Okay, Soul is the Pixar film Soul. That's why 22 wanted to live, to be present. Just in case you didn't understand that and concept of the movie, the only reason why 22, a soul, wanted to incarnate on Earth was to become present. Do you remember the moment that 22 realized that they wanted to live? They were watching a leaf fall from the trees, and the sound kind of faded into the background a little bit. They were sitting on a brownstone, I think. You ever go to New York? If you're ever in New York, when you're in those brownstone areas, there's something about the brownstones. I don't know. Like, it's like the trees and the animals, like the city becomes muted. And things slow down momentarily just in that area. And you're able to just take everything in. There's something about that area. I don't know what it is, and they're just the acoustics. And 22 is sitting there watching a leaf, a seed fall from a tree, a seed falling to its new resting place. It's probably going to grow into something. It's New York, so it's going to get plucked if it's a weed. It's not going to grow. But you know what I'm saying. Concrete jungle. But they were watching that. And then they remembered, being present. The moment that they were terrified, eating pizza, getting scratched up by a cat. They're remembering all of these different moments where they were present, whether they were forced to be present and it was traumatizing, or they were just still and in awe. What is this? That's a life worth living. It's a life worth living. The one where you're alive, and you know that you're alive because you're actually able to experience what's going on around you without labeling it, without categorizing it, without assuming you know anything about it. Do you know how much you can learn from just sitting with plants about the metaphysical world? There's a reason why lots of biblical stuff is agricultural, right? Because it's translatable. It's really easy talking about cycles, and you talk about seeds, trees, when you talk about connected communities, and you talk about trees and root systems and mycelium networks. You know what I'm saying? All of this stuff is right here, right now. It's all right here, right now. And when you take a moment to just sit and pay attention to that, again, breathing. And when you feel like you keep getting pulled from it, right? It's not the point to force yourself into stillness, which is presence. The point is to recognize what's pulling you away from it. Presence isn't a place that you go and you visit. Presence is what you should be all the time, unless you consciously want to be elsewhere. Now, I want to talk about that for a second. The role of acceptance and transformation, letting go of the illusion of time, using the body as an anchor for present. This one doesn't talk about, okay, so it's the power of now that I'm discussing. Hello for anybody who's new here, right? Talking about the power of now, Eckhart Tolle. I'm discussing some of the concepts that are in it. I suggest you go and you read the literature yourself, go through it slow. This will be on YouTube, so you can get the beginning of all of this and stuff like that. But this is always talking about the presence of now, but I'm going to pause for a second to talk to you about when you want to dissociate and what dissociating consciously looks like. So anytime I want to think about something, usually I try to write, okay? I'm also an author, so yes, I understand that when I say I go and I write, I can understand how not flagged for harassment and bullying. Somebody is stalking me or something. That's weird. But anyways, yes, you can. What's the word that I'm looking for? You can do this consciously. You can decide, mentally, I want to figure out something that's going on. So you start writing, okay? You can just write how you talk. Just be in conversation with yourself. You write in print, and whenever you're trying to answer a question, or you feel like you're responding to yourself in some type of way, write in italics, write in bold, change the colors, do whatever you want to do, write straight through, whatever it is that you want to do when you're talking to yourself. But when you're in a mental state and you're thinking about things and you're thinking things through, try to get down and start writing, because you are in your mental space, right? And you're moving your physical body, you're in a trance state, and you're channeling. That's a really good way to be in conversation with yourself, with your belief systems. Reading information is another form of being outside of your physical body. If you've got a book and you're reading it, you aren't in your physical body. You are interacting on an astral plane between you, the author, and its spiritual creations. If you recognize the author in the text, then 9 times out of 10, you're in conversation with the author about its creation. If you associate only with the characters, then you are being emotionally manipulated by the author. I'm just kidding. But it's good to be mindful, right? Because you need to know what you're reading and why, and being conscious of it and understanding it. That's literacy, and being literate, right? So there's that. When you are emotionally moved by something, right? So you're listening to music and it's bringing up memories, and you're reliving it and you're seeing it play out before your eyes. You are not in your mental body, you're in your emotional body. Right? And there is a time and a place, in other words. So what should you do then? Well, what's your intention? What would you're accessing the Akashic records. Hello, right? You're accessing your DNA. Where do you think memories are stored and stuff like that? In your body somewhere. But sure, but how? In energetic forms. Okay? That's your Akashic record. So when you're accessing it and pulling on it, and you're triggering emotions, you're reading the same thing over and over and over again, and you're having the same emotional, I need to read the same trope. Do you, or are you romanticizing something and running around in a circle on a merry-go-round? Because that's not how it works. That happens when you read the same thing over and over again. You may be acting that thing out in your life. It's not going well, and you keep reading the same thing over and over again, hoping for a different outcome. That's called being delusional. And it's not happening, right? Or maybe you read a certain something all the time because you're gaining energy from it in some way, shape, or form. Information that you then apply out into the world, whatever have you. When you are in a state of taking in energy, you are not in your present time now, when you are somewhere else in your energy, when you are moving energy, when you're doing this, you're doing that. So when is it time to be consciously doing that? What does it look like unconsciously? It looks like psychosis. When your thoughts are flying around and you feel like your emotions are all over the place. You're in a roller coaster. You don't know why. You don't know how you feel. You can't tell if you're just feeling a certain way or if you're hungry. And then maybe you're feeling a certain way because you are hungry. That's psychosis. That's unconscious disassociation, right? You don't really know what's going on. You're just not here. And conscious is, I have an intention. I'm going to access the Akashic records. I'm going to pull up this energy. So maybe I'll listen to a certain playlist, right? And maybe the energy I want to pull up, maybe I'm a student in school and I want to study and I want to get good grades. So what kind of music am I going to listen to? Everybody says play Mozart. Maybe we're not going to sit here and like try to reinvent the fucking wheel. So let me put on Mozart because apparently that does stuff to the brain. Okay. So I'm gonna channel the smartest version of me. So what do? I need a snack. I'm gonna get a healthy snack, put that there. I'm gonna organize my desk. I'm gonna sit down. I'm gonna get all this stuff done. Right? This is you setting an intention. You are in your mental space, preparing yourself for something. You put on some music to conjure the energy. Do you know how many other people listen to classical music so that they can focus? Many. So join the bandwagon. There you go. Energy right there for you to just work with. You get what I'm saying? Don't reinvent wheels. So, listening to that conjures this energy that everyone else embodies during this time. And you just surrender to it. Let yourself be in it. That means sit your ass in the chair and study for at least 5 fucking minutes before you decide that maybe you wanted to do something else. Set a timer for yourself. If you have a really hard time, committing, right, to doing a thing, and you do start this, you start that, you start this, you start that, and you feel restless, set a timer. That's all you have to do. So 20 minutes. I'm just going to sit down and do this thing for 20 minutes. If I feel miserable all 20 minutes, then this is not it for me. Okay? If I get into it and then I get into a steady stream, I just channeled energy to help me do it. I just went unconscious. Not unconscious. I just consciously disassociated, which that's too clinical a term now. I consciously opened up a channel and I'm taking action in it. There you go. Are you fully present? Well, no, because if someone were to walk up to you in that moment, would they be able to have a conversation with you? No, you're not present in a reality because you're not able to share the reality with anyone else. You're being present with yourself in that moment. So being conscious and going into your inner space, your inner world, which a lot of people, when it's unhealthy, call disassociating. Being conscious is being with yourself. Yeah, that's it. You're being with yourself. When you're being with yourself, you can do that all the time. Unfortunately, you're less grounded the more often you spend with yourself, right? You can imagine if I spend time with myself all day, every day, and I write books. Am I going to know what's going on in the world? Am I going to know what's even going on in my own home? Probably not, right? Like, I'm not going to know. Time's going to be passing, slipping in and out, You ever read a good book or binge a good show? Are you present in the world? No, but are you also enjoying time with yourself? Yeah, fun. But are you grounded? Absolutely the fuck not. You're somewhere up in La La Land in some TV show. You know what I mean? The world is not working the way that it normally does. This is Bridgerton, and now you have a British accent, Now you talk like this. Now everything is just, I don't know. I have a terrible British accent. In fact, I used to do it all the time to this, British people that I know, and they're always like, and they always stop, and they're like, can you stop? Me? No, I'm a terrorist sometimes. Why would I stop? For you? No. You mistaken me, sir. Good kind, sir. But no. So yeah. But the point that I'm making is, with all of that, is you can do it consciously. When you're conscious about it, you're just spending time with yourself. That's called going home, right? You build up your intuition. You start channeling between you and yourself. You set your manifestation goals there. You check in with yourself. How's your self-care? What's your maintenance look like? Is your social battery good? Yes, no, things like that. Will you be posting the link for this recording in Discord? No, but it will be on YouTube. I'm just going to put this video up on YouTube. But I'll post that link in the Discord. Yeah. So yes, but it'll be on YouTube. Because this isn't like a class thing. I'm just doing this to kind of go over these books. So I said I would do it sometime in the middle of this year, and I've just, it's been on my list of things to do. So here we are. When it comes to, being with yourself, it's a healthy thing, okay? Being with yourself is healthy. The more time you spend with yourself, going on adventures. I need you guys to go on dates with yourself. I need you to go on aimless walks with yourself. You don't need a buddy to go hiking. Go by yourself. As long as you're safe. And 9 times out of, I won't say that, but you know when you're safe and when you're not safe. Things like that. Go be with yourself and enjoy that sort of a thing. So when you do that and you enjoy that, when you're spinning out, you're going to want to go home to yourself. You're going to want that time out. Oh God, the outside world's doing something weird. Pause, freeze frame, break the fourth wall. What's happening? Yeah, I don't know what's happening either. I think it's just an energy hiccup. Whoa. What the fuck does that mean? Then you're scrolling on TikTok and someone's like, oh my God, solar flares on the sun. It's creating an electric magnetic pull on our something, and things are going wild. It's called I can't remember what these things are called, but they're real and they're right. The sun, it's very much impacts us, clearly. Could we grow crops without it? We wouldn't be here without it. So when they're having flares and stuff, sometimes that fucks up our ozone or some shit, it hits our atmosphere and it hits us. We're electromagnetic beings, things like that. So, you see that on TikTok and you're like, oh, my intuition told me that. And then I saw it on the TikTok. Yeah, you're not crazy. You're psychic. You pick up on stuff. And that's a normal thing that a human being should do. The birds do it. Animals do it. Why can't humans do it? They can. So, being with yourself is really helpful. You spend time and you get comfortable being you. And then when you're comfortable being you in the external world, you're not about to give up your internal comforts for the external world. And this is called creating your own reality, right? Is that my reality must reflect my internal. I know what I like, so the outside needs to be that. If I am kind, cool, collected, and I want a friend, I don't want one that's chaotic, hates me, and wants me to die. That's weird. So this one person who keeps smiling at me weird and giving me backhanded compliments, and she's like, oh, I would push you into traffic if you said that to me. Wait, what? Why would you say that? Girl, it was a joke. No, I don't like jokes like that. I like my life, thank you. Oh, you take things way too seriously. Yes, I do. I don't want that energy because that's not something I say to myself in my internal world. So this is a no for me, dog. You may be joking, but we're incompatible, and we're incompatible. That joke's going to turn to reality at some point in time, and I just don't have time for it because it will not be me. It will not be me. But I'm not trying to live that life. Yeah, that is not normal. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not trying to live that life Why? Because I know the life I want to live. I spend a lot of time with myself, so I know myself better than anybody else does. Whoa, imagine. I don't know why, there's some people out there who really don't get that. They think that they know other people better than other people know themselves. No. No, we just know their patterns of behavior and stuff like that, and where their blind sides are. Maybe we know more information about certain things than they maybe do, which is why they keep doing stuff at a level that we feel like we can see, but we don't know other aspects of them. They're multidimensional, and we never see all of them, right? So we don't know them better than they know themselves. We just know better what maybe to do in some of the situations they find themselves in. That's about it. So, it's really, really, really important, really important to understand that spending time with yourself is a beautiful thing. And that is not being present. You're being present with yourself, but you're not being present in reality. Those are two totally different things. So when you notice that you need to be present with yourself, sometimes if you're autistic, you have neurodivergencies, you need to wear headphones, you need music playing. If you need that all of the time and you cannot be present without feeling totally overwhelmed, then you have sensitivities, right? And so then the areas, environments, and the people that you're around need to be compatible to that to some degree. If your sensitivities are extreme, then you are limiting vastly the situations, the people, and the environments that you can be in, right? So if you feel like it's too extreme and you'd like to lower your sensitivities, then you just do that with the same way we lower sensitivities to anything. We introduce it bit by bit, slowly. We interact, we gain understanding of what is for us, what isn't for us, and we never push ourselves beyond places where we feel comfortable and this and that, knowing that we are making incremental steps, and that takes time, not pressure. Time. Okay. Time cooks rice, not pressure. I cook mine in a pressure cooker sometimes. Anyways, but time cooks that shit. I don't care how fast or how hot you turn on the heat. I don't care how much pressure you put on something. You're still going to wait. You're still going to have to wait. Okay. Especially if you want the results, so, that's just about navigating sensibilities. And sometimes some things can take years. Some things can take months. Who knows? It just depends on what you've got going on. Right. So let us move on to using the body as an anchor. Oh, that's okay. Maybe I'm going to have to split this into 2 lives. I'm going to do this one and then I got to go because it's like almost 11 o'clock. And while I enjoy this, and this is totally fun, uploading a video that is probably like 2 hours long, I'm not going to have fun doing that part. I hate editing and I hate slow upload times. Not me talking about, I just said it's going to take time. I just gave that whole lecture. I'm a dip because it's going to take too much time to upload this video to YouTube. And if it's just not trying to sit with my phone circling, oh God, no. I would delete that whole thing and be like, I'll do it another time. So I'm setting a boundary and I'm going to leave after this next one. We'll be halfway through. I'm probably going to come back tomorrow evening. Because what is it, Saturday? It depends. It depends on my mood. But we'll come back and finish it so you guys can hop on the live. The other one will be on YouTube. This one will be on YouTube. So, enjoy. But let's finish up with the role of acceptance and transformation. Here we go. So this is the big thing, surrender. A lot of people are always confused. How do I let go? How do I let go? I'm being present, but I'm haunted by all aspects of me that I do not like. How do I let this thing go? I feel every time like I have to get present, like this whole growth and healing is taking over my life. I'm realizing how often I am triggered and how often I need to leave and how often I need to be in other spaces. And then I have changed things. I've changed my environment. I've changed the people that I'm around. I've changed the situations that I'm in, but I'm still triggered. How do I let it go? When is the healing over? And people say you'll never stop healing. No, that's wild. That's wild. No, the healing will be over when it's done. That's all. It's wild. You can heal and move on. You know what I'm saying? It's like you do your yearly checkups, you do your monthly checkups, you check in with yourself every day. Because in general, and I'm saying this as somebody who has a South Node in Virgo, so I'm very good at healing in a lot of different ways. It's wild. Okay. I'm telling y'all, I remember, I'm just going to do a side note. I remember once I was in the 4th grade and this one girl, she had the same name as me. Anyway, she was mean because her cousin liked me and I sat next to him in class. And she was mean to me. I was a new girl in school. Okay. I had moved to Connecticut very shortly. Thank God. Anyways, and I had to move school. It was a mess. Anyways, so I'm already kind of traumatized. I'm going to the school. The teacher, she is Not exactly the best, okay? And by the fourth grade, I know a good teacher from a bad one. And also, I just felt isolated, this, that, and the other. And I remember this girl, I heard her talking about me behind my back. And I was like, I'm not doing this today. It's almost Christmas break. Why do I have to be here? And I was like, I think I have the flu. And guess who had the flu? I told myself, bitch, if you ever curse yourself ever again to get away from some stank mouth bitch who's frowning at you, who's mad for whatever fucking reason. It's probably because I was new and we had the same name. People were giving me, lots of attention and shit like that. And I wasn't that interested in it because I was introverted and stuff. And so maybe she had some stuff going on, for crying out loud. We were 8 and 9. So I'm sure there was a lot to unpack there. But I cursed myself with the flu. How does that work? Well, when you surrender onto an idea, it will come to you very quickly. What did I have to let go of in order to make that happen for me? Well, my health. Care about it. I didn't care. As long as I could go home, I didn't care anything. And so it happens quickly. But also, just like an illness became onto me very quickly, I've also been able to do that with health-related things, I once had an unknown, and I remember they tested me for everything. They wanted to tap into my spinal cord. And I was like, sir, have you found anything? This was I thought maybe I had COVID or a strange strand or something like that, right? Because I had this virus. This was not too long ago, like a few years ago. And it started with an ear infection. It was a mess, right? And I was like, God damn it, we've got another something here. What is this? And I feel like I'm dying. I get to the hospital. They're like, we don't know what it is. It's a virus. And I was like, okay. And they're like, I think this white man really wanted to do a lot of tests to prove that he was not racist and that he would definitely take care of a black woman. Because he was like, we're going to test you for a few things. Do you mind? And I was like, okay. And then the test started getting weird. He was like, well, this is negative. And he's like, how about, and he listed all these things. And I was like, well, you said that those things only happen if I visit this country. And I haven't been out of the country at all. I've barely been out of my own house, sir, I'm an author and I'm a homebody. And he's like, well, I'd like to test you for those things anyways. And I was like, okay. He's taking pints of blood. I was like, are you harvesting me? I don't know what's going on. And he came back. He was like, all of these tests are coming back negative. We'd like to test your spinal tap. And so I told myself, absolutely not. I think I'm fine. And guess who was fine 2 days later? 2 weeks. Fevers. Insane. I think this was when that one volleyball anime show was on, Haku or some shit like that. I remember watching it in a delusional. I was delirious. I was in delirium. That's how sick I was, sitting on the couch, just watching and like slipping in and out of consciousness. Just, I don't know what was going on, okay? I just put on that show so that I would know that time passed and how much time passed. That was going on. And I'm telling you, as soon as I was in the hospital and I was like, is this man serious? He wants to tap into my spinal cord? Doesn't he know that can leave me damaged for the rest of my life? Like, what does he, and for what? For what, sir? You said I had a virus. I think I'll be fine with some ibuprofen, alternating with some Tylenol, tons of vitamin C, and I will drink my liquids, thank you. And it was gone. It was gone. So, power of mind, power of, healing does come to an end. And healing can cause lots of suffering. What was going on with me? I don't know. Perhaps I was inoculated with something. Who knows? Our bodies, we go through things. It could have been the stress that I was in under the time, and my immune system was low. Who fucking knows? The point is that when you're choosing suffering, you know what I'm saying? And this goes into, how do you accept transformation? Transformation is something's got to give. So you're getting lots of symptoms, and that symptoms, they all cause suffering. In order to transform suffering, you first have to surrender to it. It's happening. Okay. Well, what do I do about that? Release fear, release worries, because you haven't surrendered to it if you are still fearful of it. I'm going to explain it to you this way. When you are fearful of something, you go into freeze, flight, or fawn, right? But just think about it this way, because this is more so how it works on a metaphysical level, although it can be a little bit more complex and nuanced than this. When you're afraid, it's because you're running away from something, and you don't know or you don't want the outcome, this unknown thing, the situation. It's unknown, but you don't want a specific outcome. So you run the fuck away, okay? If you're running away from something, have you surrendered to it No, you are the opposite of surrender. You are absolutely not. This will not be me mode. You know what I'm saying? And when you're in a physical situation where a mountain lion is chasing you, absolutely run. But when it comes to I'm trying to release old habits and patterns, we don't need to run like hell. Okay? When we're sitting and suffering emotion and you are safe and you are in meditation, okay? Again, you are in your timeout, you're with yourself, you're sitting in the emotion, and you're like, these are habits and patterns I want to let go of. I have so much emotion tied up into these things. It's so frustrating. Should I text them? Should I not? And no, I'm supposed to not do anything until I feel better, until I have total clarity. I think I have clarity. Wait, I'm feeling a little too urgent. I'm feeling like if I feel like I have to do it, am I really in a state of surrender? Am I really in a state of clarity? Am I really in a state of total release and stuff? If I feel compelled to act, I think the compulsion to do something when I'm trying to change my habit is maybe the issue at hand. So how do I release this? How do I stop? You surrender to it. You feel compelled to do this. Why? I'm always going to tell you when it comes to acceptance, transformation, anything to do with the processing your emotions and stuff like that, the first thing you're going to do is stop, acknowledge that it's happening, and then you're going to process, which starts process has what is a process? It's an order of steps in which you have to do from point A to get something from A to Z. Okay, that's a process, an order of steps to get from A to Z. The best and most efficient way to do that, X, Y, and Z. When you're going about a process, you have questions. If you're asking questions, you're on the right track. If you are telling yourself things and it makes you feel negative, you're acting from a place of ego because you don't think that there's anything to ask questions about. So therefore you've assumed so much about the situation. And yes, just knowing stuff is real, but you only know what you know. You don't know what you don't know. And when you are in a state of needing to let something go, are you in a state of knowing and grand wisdom? Because that's the crone. She's death incarnate. She don't give a fuck about letting go. She is the let go. You see what I'm saying? She's not stressed. She doesn't grieve. She's like death, rebirth, life. It's all the same thing. You know, she's not pressed. So are you really in a state of release and surrender, right? If you feel anything but total serenity. You know what? If I'm like this for the rest of my life, if this is just who I am, fine. Like, you know what I mean? Is that who I want to be, though? No. So then is it fine? Do I have to settle? See, questions. It started off kind of negative. If this is just who I am, then fine. Okay, but is that who I want to be? Question. Well, not really. Okay, so then is it really fine? Question. No, actually. Well, then why was that the response? Well, because I feel trapped. I don't know what to do next. Oh. Do we want to know what to do next? Yes, obviously. Okay. Calm down, girl. Obviously. Who's sitting there sulking right now? You know what? We're not going to judge you. Okay. Well, if you do want to change, if you do want to know what to do next, is settling going to get you there? No. Then what's going to get you there? I don't know. Okay. So then maybe we'll wait for a little bit more clarity before we act on this situation, on what we feel about this environment, on what we feel about this relationship, these people, whatever. We're going to wait until we have more clarity. Do you know what gives you clarity? Information, experience, and then analyzing that experience and that information and applying it in reflection when you go, it's happening again. And since then, I've read this book. And I realized that when people do this, actually, it is okay to take a step back, that is ridicule, that is frustrating, I've been validated. So I can set a boundary. I can decide I don't want to be with this person. I can decide that I don't want to be in this situation. I don't want to be in this environment. I can decide those things. Once I decide those things, what next? Well, life is full of questions. What next? What now? Waiting, getting information in. So you have to go on side quests, go on adventures. Life is very much like that. So it's about surrendering. Transformation is about surrendering completely to that process. To that process. Know that if you don't know right now, then it's okay. You don't need to act right now. You'll know when to act because you have clarity. You will have lived some experience. You will have gotten some information. Sometimes it's a sign from the universe. Sometimes it's a song plays and every single lyric is literally spilling the tea. And you're like, am I crazy? And then you look up and the clock says 11:11 and you're like, oh, and then 3 crows pass by. I don't know. I've been on the crows lately. An attempted murder passes by. It's 2 crows and you're like, oh, attempted action. And then the third one swoops in and then there's like this mouse and it's running and then a hawk comes down and gets it. And at the same time, a snake tries to get the mouse. So the hawk is carrying the snake with the mouse and you're like, all this wild shit's happening to me. And oh my God, my spirit animals and the signs, the messages. Yeah, clarity feels like that. You already know that. Stop punking yourself. All of y'all literally go around being like signs, synchronicities. And then you sit down and you're like, I don't know what to do. Then wait for a sign and a synchronicity. But I don't want to wait. I want to know now. Chill the fuck out. Life is long. Go rest. Life is long. Go rest. You will die someday, sure. But this life is pretty long. Go rest. Go have fun. Go laugh at something. Go be like 22 from Soul and go sit and watch seeds fall from a tree. Nothing is so serious that it takes you away from your life. Because if you're not with your life, then where are you? If you're not living your life, then what are you doing? Right? And your life requires change and transformation. You can't stay the same all the time. And you don't even want to. So when you're trying to release those things, you have to totally surrender. Now, I will say this. Obviously, please do read The Power of Now. I am not giving you summations of that book. The book and me, 2 totally different things talking about the same stuff, if that makes sense. I'm talking about it from a totally different perspective with different language, different ideas. When you read that book, it's just going to compound. You have my perspective. You'll have the book's perspective. We're talking about different stuff. Eckhart Tolle is a white man from Britain, okay? His awakening was one day he went to bed and was like, I don't think I like my work. And then he woke up and he was just here present. And he was like, wow. I don't know how much else happened to him because it just seemed real magical in a way that he had to go through no trauma. I don't know, but I don't want to assume about that man. His life and my life are totally different. You know what I'm saying? And not that mine was like, worse necessarily. I mean, we'll talk about it another time. But my point is that we have 2 totally different perspectives and 2 totally different ways of talking about this. So we're going to give you lots of different ways of thinking about it and lots of different language, and it's going to connect differently. So please go read the text. Now, I'm going to finish up by saying this second part of how you let souls go. I made a video about this and it's most recent. I think it's like letting go or something. I don't know. But essentially what's happening when you are sitting in energy form comes up to you. So anything that you need to release is a form of energy. I need you to start thinking about your forms of energy with the mask that you wear when those energy bodies are activated in you. Okay? So sometimes you're a caregiver, but you're not a caregiver to everybody all the time. Sometimes you're a student. You don't need to be in school to be a student. You just need to be learning something from someone and assuming the role of student. Sometimes you are a mentor to someone, right? These are all different masks. Which one's you? Which one's the real you? Anybody ever ask you some crazy shit like that? You're a multifaceted person and they're like, which one's the real you, huh? Can somebody not have abilities outside of one one thing? Can somebody be multifaceted, right? Can I exist in many different ways with different people? Go fucking figure. Like, I walk into different buildings for different purposes, and I have to abide by that energy. Wow. Anyways, all those masks are egos. Egos aren't inherently negative. Only when you think you are better, only when your ego thinks that it's better at navigating life so that it can prove itself real, is a problem. I talked about that earlier. When your ego needs to prove that it's real, it's a fucking problem. Okay? I need to prove that I'm real, so that means I have to protect it. Yes, that's a problem. But other than that, your ego is a if you need to drive a vehicle somewhere, you're going to pick the right vehicle. Unlimited funds. Unlimited. Oh man, I thought my cat jumped down. I got imps. They're back. Anyways, anytime energy pops up like that, I already told y'all, I saw a shadow, like a whole person, right? And then I just saw like a little small one here. Anytime those start coming around, I'm always like, oh, something's up, good stuff, A lot of people, they feel like they're haunted by stuff. It's your own energy. See, I like my energy. So when it comes in its weird forms and shit, like, yeah, sometimes it can be slightly unsettling, because it's like, ooh, I just said I feel haunted, and then all of a sudden the wind starts cackling through the blinds, and I'm like, oh, why are you coming at me like that? Come in the form of a cookie next time. Like, god damn. You don't have to be spooky. But for the most part, it's super positive. Oftentimes when you feel haunted, your spirit or your energy is coming to give you something, but the ego, the mask that you were wearing, is a filter for how you interact with that. Some of your egos hate your motherfucking soul, because they think that they're better at doing the soul's job when the soul created it. That's a demiurge right there, right? So sometimes your egos don't like your soul. When you start feeling haunted, somebody's watching me, the shadows and ghosts, this, that, and the other. No, your soul's just trying to knock. And it's not going well. Now, you have a hard time interacting with your soul, and your ego really doesn't like that shit. It creates energy that attracts other things, because energy is everywhere. But now you're in the energy, a negative energy, walking around your house, being this, that, and the other, and then feeding, and then it needs other. Anyways, that's how that stuff kind of builds upon itself. But for the most part, your energy is just yourself. That was a side note. That must have been for somebody special, because I keep seeing things, and I felt like I need to say it. But we're also about to talk about death, so perhaps that was just perhaps I was just getting a visitor being like, oh, you're calling me? Yeah, come sit down so we can chat. So here's the deal. The reason why most people have a hard time surrendering, right? An old habit, you feel like sabotage comes up. Read Women Who Run with Wolves. The second chapter is on Blackbeard, and that's an entire story. Read the physical, not the audio. The audio is abridged, and it does not have all of this information. So in the physical, it not only tells you the story, also an interpretation, but all of the actual practical ways in which you can understand what this story means and how it's playing out in your practical self. So Bluebeard is a story about a man who gets the attention of a young woman who initially wasn't interested in him, and her sisters and her family weren't really interested in him, but he takes them on a picnic, shines a few gems in front of them, and the youngest is like, all right, I'll go. And she gets married, and everything's great. It's a rich mansion, everything you could ever want. He goes out of the town, and he says, here, hold on to my keys, but never go to this door. So her sisters come to visit her, and then she's showing them everything, and she's showing them the keys, and he's like, oh yeah, but he told me never to like use this key. And they're like, well, what does it lead to? And she's like, I don't know. So she uses it. They find a door somewhere in the basement, tons of dead bodies. Oh my God, it's terrifying. It's horrifying. Whatever the fuck she finds there, she's tortured. She's like, absolutely the fuck not. So her sisters leave. The key is bleeding. She can't get it to stop bleeding. And she's trying to do everything. She's trying to put it in water. She's trying to do this. For some reason, this key is made of magic. There's blood coming out of this key. Oh my God, he will know that she used it, and that she saw what he keeps in the basement. He comes home, she tries to, pull it off, this, that, and the other. She's trying to be sly about it, and he's like, what's that blood stain? And there's, he's got that look on his face that she hasn't seen before. And it's the look of the wall that he's putting up, because she's an opponent now. She knows too much. She's seen too much. She walked through a door, and he said, no, you can't know about all of that stuff, because knowing about all of that stuff means that I have to either fix myself, and we all know, based on the count of the bodies, that I'm not doing that. Women Who Run with Wolves. Women who run with wolves. Thank you in the chat. So, there's this panic, right? So he's chasing her around. She's finally like, listen, give me 15 minutes so I can make my peace with God. She goes up to the attic. She starts thinking, what can she do? But her sisters, remember, they left and her brothers are coming and she's starting to see them coming and he's knocking up the steps. He's like, your 15 minutes are up, babe. He's coming up and he's about to start knocking. He's knocking on the door. It's time to come out. He's banging on the door. And then she stalls at enough time for her brothers to come through. They stab him, this, that, and the other, and she's set free. Okay, that is a lot of crazy shit to learn. If your initial impression was something's not right here, maybe don't marry it on the second round just because it waves something shiny in your face, right? We think that maybe that's the gist of the story, but the truth is there's a deeper underlying meaning as well. When the magician of your world, right, gave her everything that she wanted, when the magician of your world, this mask-wearing ego, no longer serves its purpose, she had the keys. He was the master, and then she was. And you open a door that leads to death. If you cross its path, right, you can be born anew. When you cross the threshold of death and you face it, you can be born anew. The inner child wants to cross the threshold and be born anew. It wants to know what's beyond the door. I need to know what I don't know. I need to expand my horizons. I need to learn lessons. I can't just be trapped in a gilded cage. But the ego says, but the gilded cage is pretty. Maybe you don't need to know all of that. Maybe this is fine. Maybe choosing to stay here and not get the fuck out, right? Maybe we'll be fine. Maybe he won't do the same thing. Maybe we can gaslight ourselves into saying that we're good, right? That's kind of the ego saying, don't kill me. Don't leave me. Because when she leaves, the story's over. When she leaves, the story's over. If she leaves, everybody's gonna know that he's weird and why he's weird. Okay, first of all, jig's up. You get what I'm saying? But also, when you decide to face your fear, because remember, she faced him enough to say, give me 15 minutes. Let me make my peace with God. Let me go, surrender. Because there's no motherfucking way that I was meant to put up with this bullshit. There's no fucking way I was meant to live this life. Something else has got to be gone. How do you catch up? So, YouTube. I'm going to post this on YouTube. I'll probably try to post it tonight, and it'll be up there. It'll be The Power of Now, part 1 or something like that. And then we'll do part 2 maybe tomorrow or something like that. But anyways, so when I'm talking about this Bluebeard character, he's the magician. He's somebody who has power, right? And he's able to build and construct this world. But as long as she stays ignorant of something, as long as you don't look into the unknown, and looking to the unknown is terrifying. And sometimes it's so terrifying and it's really terrifying. You validate why it's terrifying. But in her situation, that she should have been validated that was terrifying. She had went against her own intuition, right? And put herself in a situation that was not safe. So when she looked into a possible future, she saw death. And she did not see the death that she would choose for herself. So, not it. I'm going to surrender to the death I choose for myself, which apparently is me living a long life. Hey ho, my brothers are riding up on a horse. And the brothers riding up on the horse, the brothers symbolize the masculine energy that you need to do something different, to face your fears, to speak truth to power. Sword, truth to power. No, it's it. I'm setting a boundary and that's it. I'm going to speak truth to it instead of all this unknown. You ever be in those situations where you're involved with people and they like to sweep shit under the rug? Something will happen. Somebody will piss somebody off. It's some pattern behavior, right? It's like ping, 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 ping. They keep going. And then they all wait for like one particular person to cool down and then they all just pretend like it didn't happen. And you're like, wow, this is never going to repeat itself. This really is the solution, guys. I think this one, wow, really top-notch solution here. Yeah, when on YouTube, yeah, the power of what? The power of now. It'll be on my channel on the Midnight Scholar Society, and I'll link it in my bio and stuff in case you just find it tomorrow. You can always just go to the link in my bio. But when you are observing stuff like that pattern kind of behavior, things like that, when you speak truth to it, it stops it in its tracks, right? If you say, well, listen, I've noticed this happens, and then you guys don't even want to talk about it or discuss it. So like, what are we going to do to make sure that doesn't happen again? Well, maybe you just mind your business. I was minding my business, and then you guys put this on Front Street right in front of me and forced me to sit through it and have to navigate because I have to get a ride home with this bitch. Like you start speaking the truth. You did make it my business when you brought it in front of me. And like, I'm uncomfortable. I need y'all to speak to this. Oh, wow. Yeah, I need you to think about it, talk about it, and how you're going to do something different. Or did you just not want to talk about it at all so that you guys can hold on to those egos, hold on to the bodies in the basement? When it happens, we just put that body in the basement, we just sweep it all under the rug, and we just don't talk about it. So then we just keep repeating the same trauma over and over and over again until finally somebody snaps. That's so unhealthy, right? So what does it look like to surrender? When you spot your saboteur, your Bluebeard, so to speak, it's going to set your hair on edge. I recommend you read Women Who Run with Wolves, and as you're reading the story, ask yourself, how do you feel? What does your body feel like? What memories are coming up? What people are coming up for you? What situations or environments are coming up for you while you're reading? Because there's a lot of saboteur energy there. There's a lot of this, something is trying to control you and keep you in a gilded cage out of knowing the truth. And it's you not wanting to know the truth, because if you do, you'll have to do something about it. And doing something about it feels scarier than hoping the bad thing won't happen. Whoa. Any of you choose your fears and your worries over doing something about it? And not doing the acting on the, when I say choosing your fears and worries, I'm not saying you just go, oh, I'm scared and do nothing. I'm saying you act on your fears and worries. Oh, well, if I don't, do this, and if I don't show up to this meeting and perform and wear my mask and this, that, and the other, they're just going to fire me and X, Y, and Z and this, that, and the other. My fear and my worry is I'm going to lose my job if I'm being honest about how uncomfortable I am in this situation. Okay, that's valid. What are we going to do about it? Well, I'm just going to keep doing the same thing, expecting this feeling to go away. I'm just going to live with it. No, don't do that. That's not healthy. You're going to snap. Wow, that's a crash and a burnout. And you don't want to do that. You don't want to do that, because that is, in fact, you losing everything that's doing the opposite of what you want. So what can we do instead? Well, I can't. No, you can do something. There's always something that we can do. If you don't know what that is right now, that's okay. That's because you're in the energy where the problem exists, not the energy where the solution exists. How can you switch energies? Breathe. Become present. Let go. Let your fear die. In the moment, your fear is telling you, you have to stay frustrated. This is an urgent matter. You must act now. Bluebeard, you must act now. You must come here now. I have to, the saboteur is telling you, you can't ask for your 15 minutes of meditation. You hear that? You can't ask for your 15 minutes to just go home and talk to God. Make good with God. You don't get 15 minutes. You can't meditate. You have to act now. No, that's the saboteur. That's the saboteur trying to boost up and run your adrenaline and telling you that being stressed is better. And acting in your stress, which means the stressed out version of you is going to do what you want to manifest. What do you want to manifest? Avoiding the problem? No, you're trying to manifest the problem. You're trying to manifest the problem. Being moved by fear when you are physically or presently not in danger, right? So when we're dealing with mental anguish, X, Y, and Z, or I should say this, even physically, when you are acting from fear, when a deer is in fear for its life and is running from a puma, it is in fact manifesting the fear, okay? But it's using it to its advantage. It's taking the fuck off. It said, I choose me. I'm gonna run. It's using that fear to its advantage. But what happens when there's no puma chasing you in that moment? It's stress. What happens when it's stress? There's no puma. Where are you going to take off to? Take off to do what, right? You know that you're too stressed to do anything, but you need to do something, so you're stuck. And then eventually the fear of, well, I don't want this to happen and I don't want this to happen. So you do the exact things that you don't want to happen because the universe doesn't understand negatives. It just understands what you are focused on. I'll explain this to you again. The universe doesn't speak English. That is a real uncultured point of view to have. Everyone's connected to the universe. Why would the universe specifically speak English so that it could connect to you? That's wild. It would instead connect to everyone in a language that everyone understands and has, including the animals. Including the animals. And that's attention. What you focus on is what you draw towards you, because it's the only thing that you're focused on. Why the fuck would you draw anything that you're not focused on towards you? That's like saying, you know, you're shopping for Christmas, this, that, and the other, and you're drawing towards you a St. Patrick's Day parade. Like, you went Christmas shopping. Why would St. Patrick's Day pop up, babes? You're focused on Christmas. You're going to see all the Christmas sales, this, that, and the other. Do you think St. Patrick's Day t-shirts aren't out? They are. They're on clearance. Maybe you didn't see it because you're focused on the Christmas shit. See? So whatever you're focused on is what the universe manifests. So if you stay in a state of fear and focus on your problem, you're going to manifest the situation in which the problem and your fear line up. Oh, how sweet of the universe to organize this for me. How sweet of the universe to organize my energy and what I'm trying to manifest so that we link up. Too bad I'm in a state of fear and I'm focused on my problem. Too bad I didn't take a second, my 15 fucking minutes to go sit with myself so that I could acknowledge, okay, nothing's happening to me right now. Well, can I take 15 minutes? Fuck yes. Yes, I can take 15 minutes. If that means somebody else has to wait, fine. I'll let them know. I'm courteous, right? We communicate. Hey, I need 15 minutes. If you need to keep moving without me, that's fine. But I'm dealing with something over here. An emergency came up. That's an emergency. If your kid called you, panicked on the fucking phone, and you're at work, sorry, kiddo. I got a meeting that should have been an email. I know. Click. No, that's fucked up. You know what I'm saying? You wouldn't do that to your kid. I gotta go to a meeting that should be an email. No, you're gonna be like, hey, something came up, an emergency came up. Give me about 15 minutes, I think, I can't tell right now, but if you need to keep going without me, by all means, I will catch up. You're a baddie, you can catch up. Especially, I had this earlier. My cat needed cat food, right? And I actually needed to change brands and stuff like that. I like to feed them like raw stuff, whatever. Anyways, there's only one store that sells the old food that I was getting my cat. And anyways, the kids like to go to the pet store. They want fish, and they're trying to get me to get them a fish. And I'm like, I'm willing to take you to the pet store so that I can say that I took you somewhere today. But, I'm not willing to get the fucking fish, right? But, it's becoming a thing. They're excited. My partner doesn't feel well. And I was like, hey, what's going on? Because his energy this morning, he wasn't feeling well, was up here. And then 2-3 hours later, it's down here. I'm like, you seem to be going downwards. He was like, yeah. And I was like, okay. Do you still want to go to the pet store? Because, they want to go. And I don't want to be rushing them out because you're not feeling well. No, it's fine. We got to get that done. No, we don't have to get that done, sir. First of fucking all, I don't even know if I want to go. I could take them to the zoo or some shit later. I kind of boycott zoos. I'm not a huge fan. But I can take them by it and we'll just see the giraffe from afar. That's fucked up. No, I'm just kidding. But can you imagine telling your kids you're going to take them to the zoo and you're like, do you see that giraffe? Yeah, we've been. No, that's crazy. But no, I'm sitting here we don't actually have to go. There are other means and things that we can do. But, he wasn't feeling well. Do you know what happens when you're not feeling well? Do you know what happens when you have indigestion? Do you know what happens when you have a headache? Do you know what happens when you're sore? Do you know what happens when you're not feeling well? You're not your best self. You're not making the best choices, probably. You're probably not thinking them through or checking in with yourself as much as you should be because you're in a state of discomfort. That's real. That's valid. Recognize that and go rest. You know what I mean? Don't make plans because it's on the to-do list. He had in his mind, we have to do this thing because the cat needs food. You know what I'm saying? She's the kind of cat, honestly, if we change brands on her and she doesn't like it, she will attack us until we get her what she wants. She doesn't attack me. She just yells, but she attacks everybody else. I'd be feeling so bad. I'm like, let me go get her thing. She's prissy. We know who she Why would I do that to her? Why? I got her new brand and some wet food so that I could mix it up and shit like that. Because I was like, bitch, if you complain, If you complain, this is some premium shit I got for you so that you can live a long, healthy life. Anyways, I'm going to stop talking about my cat. But my point is that in those moments, when we're not feeling well and stuff like that, when we're stressed, that's not the place to be making plans and decisions and acting on them. That's the place to go sit down by yourself until you reach a place of clarity. And sometimes you just need to sit, breathe, be present. Sometimes that state of clarity is not coming today. Sometimes we are scrolling on TikTok today and watching interdimensional television and just watching everybody else. I'm not judging. In fact, the less people speak, the better. Give me the aesthetics. You know what I'm saying? Give me the positive core. I want to hear, you know what? This is a new chapter in your life and it gets better. I want to hear that. I want to hear money. It's abundant. It's all around you. Yes, thank you. Thank you. I want to hear that. I want to hear that that poetic dark academia. You know, anytime those songs come on and people are showing you their pictures, the castle. Oh, beautiful. Oh, the Pride and Prejudice edits. Oh, yeah, show me that. That one guy, Pamela Diamond. Is it Pamela Diamond? Is it the last time? Oh, I feel like I've committed a crime. I feel like I'm crying. But no, I want to scroll and be at that party in 1984 and be like, God damn it, Rhonda. You done did it again. I knew something was up with there. I want to be like, Dina, you know, I want to scroll. And that's my day. Should you feel any kind of bad, any kind of way about that? Because it took you all day and you spent all day just kind of numbing and just being like, I'm sitting here and letting this energy be. And I may not be actively working on it right now because I don't even know what question to ask. I don't even know what energy it is. I don't know what's up. So I'm just going to practice being present with myself. When I'm scrolling and shit, I talk to myself about what I'm seeing, you know, practicing being present with myself, doing a low activity. So if scrolling, not the best, get out your coloring book, paint. I've been doing gouache in my coloring book, you know. I'll sit there and do that. I had to do that a few days before the election. I can't remember what was going on. There's so much fucking wild energy zipping in and out and shit like that. And I was like, this bitch is having a whole week off. Nothing I do is going to take effort. Nothing. I told the universe that, and I was like, nah, literally, bitch, nothing I do is going to take effort. So make sure all these manifestations roll in effortlessly. And they have been. But that's because I hold to that. You got to have the audacity to say to the universe, I just want, the only thing I have to do is breathe. And then, bitch, you better work on breathing because you'll just sit there and just be breathing and then you feel better. And then you turn around, you go out your front door and you walk smack into a manifestation. Whoa! And the universe is like, oh yeah, you said breathing was the thing, the energy. And so you were doing it and we were like, here you go. And you'd be like, whoa, miracles do happen on 34th Street. You know what I'm saying? So that is a huge aspect of I lost the thread on the topic of that. You know, we were talking about death and walking with death. Actually, I didn't even mention the thing. We were talking about saboteurs. See, the longer we go, I told y'all this is, I'm starting to hit my nighttime hours. I'm losing threads. I feel like that old person that's telling stories and they're like, and yeah, I done forgot her name and his name. Whatchamacallit, you know, from three things back. You know who I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. You know, when they get aggressive and you're like, I don't actually, I was not born then. Why the fuck? Why are you yelling at me? This is your story. I am listening. You are abusing the audience. Damn, I can see why they don't talk to you. Oh, get out. You don't care. Oh my God. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to make you angry. Keep telling your story. Anyways, yeah, you can tell. I have a very colorful life. It's very colorful. Anyways, so all of that to say, when you are literally, I will bring this back somehow and I'll remember, but when you're literally trying to let go of your old you and those old behaviors and stuff like that, you're going to feel compelled to move, to do stuff, to act in that energy. And the key is to sit still. And that is surrendering to that suffering. Okay. You don't need to, the suffering that you were surrendering to is sitting still. That's it. You're not surrendering to what someone did to you. You are not surrendering to a negative environment. You are not surrendering to a fucked up situation. No, you are surrendering to your resolve to sit still so that you can process it and move it throughout your body and finally let go of it. And lastly, what that looks like is, remember, your ego is oftentimes like the teen is like a teen, okay? When it needs to die and go and be reborn and stuff like that, it's because the teen is about to become an adult, integrated into your adult self. This spirit and inspiration. Let me put it into these terms. You're an artist, okay? You paint, you sketch, and you want to start a business and sell your paints and your sketch. You're excited to do this thing. You think maybe you can do it. You finally believe in yourself. That is the baby you being birthed, the business starter, right? I think I was using this earlier, but this is the business starter who's going to start a business. And then you start it and you start working towards it, and you're brave and you do this and you do that and you work through this and you work through having to navigate people and networking, and oh my God, you learn so much stuff, but you're not growing quite a bit, right? This is just the beginning stages, okay? You put shit together and you showed up for yourself, but like, you got a fully functioning running business that can support you and your hobby and shit like that? No, that takes time. Okay, that takes time. Sometimes it takes very little time for people, but it still takes some level of time, right? So what happens when that teen version of you who has gotten to the point of creating it, getting it set up, right? Ready to roll, getting some customers, this, that, and the other. Not anything big, but something going. Who now needs to take the reins, right? Who needs to apply a little bit more discipline, patience? And by discipline, that's self-care, okay? The baby you, the spiritual, the little spirit you who was excited and came up with it and dreamed big, that little fucker does not care about self-care. Okay, that little fucker thinks it's invincible. Let it be invincible when it is. The teenage version, that son of a bitch does not care about self-care. They think that they're invincible, and they could just keep going. Do you remember when you were younger and you just felt like you had way more energy to expend and you could just stay up all night? You could do this, you could do that, you could do this, you could do that, and you didn't feel the effects of it? That's a teenager. The adult version of you, though, can the adult version of you go to the fucking playground and swing on those fucking monkey bars and be an expert at it in 30 minutes like back when you were in recess? Guys, I'm fairly athletic. It's surprising to most people that I can move my body. I can walk really long distances. I can do a lot of stuff. But you know what you'll never catch me fucking doing is confusing my adult body with my childhood body, with my teenage body, because the teenage version of me, the child version of me, their bodies were literally developmentally different. Okay? So that does not mean that I cannot have the excessive energy. That does not mean that I cannot have the tenacity, the ability to do this and do that and do this and do that. It means I have to do it differently. Instead of being, what was the baby? They're insomethingable. The teen's invincible. Well, the adult you has to understand immortality. Okay? You are not, you are capable of living a very long life. You are an immortal being. You have a soul. Your vessel does have a time limit on it, yes. But your vessel is a reflection of you. You can live a very long life. Do you want to live past 100? By all means. As a human, you've been around the block, you've done a few things, and maybe it's not as interesting. Because as the adult you now, do you want to go back and do the same stuff you did when you were a kid? Do you want to really repeat your life over and over and over again and keep doing new things over and over? There's only so many fucking new hobbies you can pick up before you start to realize that all of it is easy to you in a blink of an eye. You know who the best quantum leapers are? Self-actualized old people. Okay, they'll pick up a camera and by the second week, they're a photographer with pictures in a fucking art gallery. And you're like, these aren't exactly mind-blowing, but how did you pick up the camera and then have the confidence not only to take these pictures, put a collection together of this ugly fucking shit and then put it in a gallery and call yourself an artist? Audacity. They've lived long enough to know that the difference between them and anybody else is just they're just self-expressing, and those who get it, and those who don't. If you want to live learning that lesson for 200, 300, 400, 500 years, by all fucking means. I'm really not that interested in physically sustaining life in a body to learn that particular lesson over and over again. I feel like I want to grow beyond that, right? But you have immortality. Your soul is the immortal one. So when you recognize that, you also understand that you have a responsibility to the vessel that you have to take care of it in a way that is different than you used to when you were a child and when you used to when you were a teen. And then when you're an adult, there's going to be different ways that you take care of it for different reasons. Maybe you moved. Maybe you move from one region to another. Do you think you're going to take care of yourself the same way in a desert as you do in a jungle? No. No. Your body will adapt and you will change your habits of self-care. And that's normal and that's necessary and that's wise, right? So, do you beat yourself up because you can't do what you used to do when you were a teen? No. Because you can do way more than you used to do when you were a teen because you've learned how to utilize your resources better. That, yeah, you can stay up all night and do this and do that and run off ADHD. You know what I'm saying? You can pop some Adderall, maybe. I never did that. I was black, so they didn't believe that black people had ADHD or autism. You know what I'm saying? They didn't believe that. So I never had any regulating medications and, whatever. But I didn't even know that stuff existed. Thoughts on how to move pain in the body. I'll probably talk about that a little bit next time. There is a bit conversation if you're new, if you came in recently. I've talked about ego and the pain body itself, and there's some concepts of moving pain in the body that you can look at. I'll put this on YouTube, so you'll be able to get it there. Yeah, they thought the girls in general couldn't. Yeah, that was huge. And anyways, I'm not going to get into it. There's a lot of rants that live there. But my point is that, run the same. So you utilize your energy differently. And also you're manifesting much more bigger and complex things, okay? You're not manifesting small time shit. So you have to have discipline is recognizing that you are valuable. You have resources, skills, and tools, and that those things need to be honored. Say they're sacred. They need to be protected. That what you do every day is an act of devotion to yourself. So how are you doing that act of devotion, right? Anything that no longer can comply, right? You've got the spirit that comes up and it's like, I'm excited. And then you've got the teen that says, I'm going to do it. I'm going to run towards it and I'm going to consume a bunch of stuff. I'm going to put some stuff together and I'm going to get this business off the ground. Okay. Well, the adult you says, okay, and now we've got to nurture and grow it. Do you think the teen can nurture and grow? All of y'all who are parentified as children, I'm going to say this. Your first kids turned out horrible. If you were parentified as a child and your child was your parent, they turned out bad. You know what I mean? It's not like you were the first one to get them. They were already broken when you got them. But did you fix them? No? Okay, so maybe baby you and maybe teen you aren't the best at parenting, okay? They might think they are because you surpassed, knucklehead 1 and knucklehead 2, but are you really qualified? Your teen self? No. So your teen self has to relinquish, right? It has to die. Now, the big question is, what the fuck does that mean and how does that feel and how do I actually put that into practicality? Listen, I will explain this now so we wrap it all together. When you are in a state of fear, running away from a habit and a choice that you need to make so that you can stay in a repeated pattern, who do you think is doing the running? It's the teen because they're about to die. Now, is the teen need to fear death? No, you will eventually teach your teen selves not to fear the death cycle. But when you spend most of the time with them operating in ego form in the body, and they know you don't run with scissors, you don't play with knives, you don't go into situations that will kill you. Why? Because the body is sacred. You keep the body alive. And then you say, well, it's time for you to die. They go, what the fuck? What do you mean die? I'm supposed to keep this thing alive. And it's like, no, not this thing, just you. What do you mean I'm not this thing? Who the fuck is this thing? Who the fuck am I? See, they're confused because this aspect of you is having an existential crisis in the moment. It didn't know. It didn't know that there was a difference between it and you, that it is an ego and a mask because you were attached to it for some reason. You were overly attached. This is a parent who doesn't teach their kid who their kid is and what the future is and how to move and how to step. And that's the healing process, right? You didn't know. This is the first time you're learning it. So it's going to be traumatic. Okay, so just be okay with that. This is the first time you're learning about this death process and how to move that energy and let it go, right? So this is the first time it's doing it, so it's going to be traumatic. You're going to be confused. It's going to scream, and you're going to go, okay, wait, I'll wait. And it's going to go, don't. And you're going to, and you're going to go, well, maybe if I just do it really fast, and you're going to hack at yourself a bit, and you're going to be like, what am I doing? And you're going to be freaked out, and you're going to be like, what is all of this? That's you panicking. What am I doing? What am I doing? Why am I making this choice? Is this a responsible thing to do? Should I just stay here and suck it up? Am I just complaining again? Am I just crying about how I don't like how I'm uncomfortable here? But it's a job. Why should I feel like I should be comfortable at a job? It's literally a job where I make money so I can do the things I like to do. So why am I upset? Why am I trying to set a boundary? Why am I allowing myself to have a breakdown at work where I need 15 fucking minutes because I'm overwhelmed and this, that, and the other? What? See, that and that's what's happening in practicality, having an existential crisis. You are trying to take the wheel from you. This is a moment of growth and stuff like that, but it needs to, some habit needs to stop, and you are 1,000% sure, that teen is 1,000% sure that it cannot die or the whole thing stops. It's 1,000% sure, that ego is 1,000% sure that if you take off that mask and use, and that there is no anything else, that is the only mask that exists. This is when you're trying to prove something to yourself. Have you ever been in a situation where you feel like if you don't speak up and you don't talk, you won't be seen? So you feel like you're always filling in the space. Ego. It thinks it's the only mask that exists. What about that mask that you wear that likes to observe fucking people? Put that one on sometimes. Let it exist. Right? You ever feel like you overshared? Oh man, why did I overshare so much? It's not always a problem, but if you feel bad about it, then don't share next time. Well, okay, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so how does the teen die, right? So here's the thing. It's going to be traumatic. And by traumatic, I just mean it's uncomfortable. That's all. What you're going to do is when you're meditating and you're sitting by yourself in a very safe and comfortable environment and you're sitting through your feelings and your emotions, you are going to think through it, understand, and break down your ego. You're just going to sit through it. You're going to talk to yourself. You're going to recognize, where am I trying to prove? What am I trying to prove? This is just it dying. It's breaking down. Every time you hit something sensitive and you feel like you need to wear it, if you don't have this mask on, you'll lose this friend. You'll lose that opportunity. You'll lose this. Anything that you are holding on to, anything that comes up, that if you feel like if you make any choice that isn't like to just do the thing that's uncomfortable, you're going to lose something. Those are the things you need to focus on and have a new perspective so you can let them go. Letting go of something doesn't mean that you no longer have it in your life. It means that you're no longer death gripping it. You're no longer gripping it as if it's yours and trying to possess it. You just accept that it's either in your life or it's not. The way that this looks like, and sometimes is like relationships, where some people are like, well, if I tell them how I feel, they may misinterpret me because they misunderstand me in a lot of things. And then I won't get the result that I'm looking for. You're trying to get a result out of somebody. That's the problem. Instead of trying to get a result out of them, just accept that you prefer this kind of result. And it's not here. You're incompatible. So what do you do with that? That takes thinking, and that takes the adult to take over, right? So when you say, well, I don't know, the death part is when you hold this is the getting out of judgment. All of the steps that we've done so far are what put you in the seat and get you ready to be an observer of yourself. This is a third dimensional space. This is when you are death incarnate. You are an observer of yourself. Have you ever sat with yourself and your ego and then watched your life play out before your eyes? Every time you've ever felt that way comes up. Every time, and then something else triggers and that comes up. And you can see how this energy triggered this entire span of thought. And have you ever really... it's going to be on YouTube, so it's recorded on YouTube. So when you're seeing all of this stuff come up, right, and for you, and it's all terrible, do you resist identifying and internalizing the emotion? It's not happening to you right now. So to act like it's happening to you right now, to believe that it's happening to you right now, to hold on to it, instead, you are just there to observe it, to observe the life. You ever hear people talk about it's a state of disassociation, yes, but this is when you're with yourself. This is conscious disassociation. So you're conscious. This is a meditation. Meditation and disassociation are the same thing, except for one is conscious and one is unconscious. Unconscious disassociation is very unhelpful, because chances are you're avoiding something and you're going to walk into a wall. Conscious disassociation or conscious meditation is being and spending time with yourself, being present with yourself. You're present with yourself. So you can not only be who you are, you can also be the observer, and you can also be the one that wears the mask. You see all three aspects. Remember we talked about the three, the maiden, the mother, the crone. You're all three at once sitting, talking, and you are the crone. You are looking between the maiden who's about to go into the death and birthing process and the mother who's trying to nurture and let this person, this version of you know that you're okay, non-judgmental. Oftentimes judgment issues can be mother wounds, right? And a mother wound can come from a mother or a father, because both people have mothers and have the ability to pass on a mother wound. Both people have fathers. You can get father wounds from your mother. Yeah. Oh, my dad wasn't like that. Why am I angry all the time? Maybe it was your mom. Maybe it's her father wound, right? So the thing is, and it's about masculinity versus, feminine stuff. So usually the feminine energy is the judgment. It comes from some type of mother wound. So the mother this time is nurturing, kind, caring, but it's also wise enough to know about birth, life, and death cycle. And that the maiden, because it was once a maiden, is about to transform into an adult, into a nurturer, somebody who can nurture the business that we started. So to nurture this business, what does this look like in practicality? Oh my God, I just don't have the time. I just don't have the time to give to this. There's too many orders, but then there's also not enough. It's not stable enough for me. Blah, 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 blah. This is panic. The teen is panicked because this garden is big and they don't know how to take care of it. So what do you need to do? A mother knows that you just need to learn how by taking it one step at a time. Right? So the mom already knows. We just let go of all of that and start stepping one step at a time. And this is when the teen walks through the door of death with you and integrates into the adult mother. Because that teen is the one who has the dream. The moment you kill the dream is the moment that you, death, are a little too, you're not really impartial. You're sending that teen to stay in its current state, and you said you can't grow. When you hold on to your ego, you're telling yourself you can't grow, which means you have to die. What does not grow decays. Life, death, birth. What does not grow decays. When you say you have to stay in a state of fear, you can't progress. You don't have enough information and you can't afford a mentor. You can't afford this. You can't afford that. Like public libraries don't exist. Like ChatGPT doesn't exist. Like you can't literally just decide fuck it and make it all up. There are people out here scamming their way to the top. They got that creative genius in them. You with all your smarts can take some steps and do it too. You know what I'm saying? And you don't even have to scam. You can be authentic and actually be sustainable. Don't be tricked by the internet, social media, and sensationalism. There aren't yes, there are lots of scammers out there, but there are more average people who are just scamming themselves than people who are actually scammers. And there are a lot of people who are authentic. They just don't fuck with people who, unless they got a reason, so you never know. So my point is, that teen, that ego needs to walk through the door of death and allow itself to grow into womanhood, into the mother state, the nurturer of this dream, which means you just let that teen version of you know you got this. You got this. And that's it. They pass right through. How? Every single time, it's if you have a financial burden, right? You always panic when you get a bill and you tell yourself no more, infinite funds. When you get a bill, you better sit in that motherfucking energy until you feel secure again. Infinite funds. Infinite funds. It's fine. Anytime you feel like I'm stressed. Is it because of the bill? Yes. Okay, then sit your ass down, come back until you feel like you have infinite funds. Because if you act in that stressed mode, this is me saying you're a bad mom. You're a bad mom. You can't make this grow. You can't make this grow. So I'm just going to keep acting that way in that stress, trying to figure out why this shit isn't working. When all I needed to do was water the plant once. Water it once. once. Why have I watered it 15 times today? The bitch is droopy because we only had to water it once. That's overproductivity, right? Or we totally neglect the plant because, well, I don't want to mess it up. That's perfectionism. So now it's dried out. It's petrified. Now it's perfectly fossilized. You know what I'm saying? So those are the things. Those are just energies that come, they go. But the point is that in the moment you face them and you hold true to what you said you do and give yourself the space to do it, giving yourself that 15 minutes to go sit with yourself, to go meditate and get into that headspace again, recognizing this is where y'all start self-sabotaging. I know because it happens to me. And yes, Agatha all along. It's so great when it comes to talking about all that stuff. I'll probably do an entire video, an entire live, just dissecting that entire thing. Because, yeah, talk about down the road. It's such a poignant thing. But what you'll learn over time is that, and I know I do this all the time. Oh, I don't really do it all the time because I really crack down on it. But when you start to panic and you start getting indecisive, then you feel like you need to know the right thing and you need to be the knowledgeable person, this, that, and the other. Sit the fuck down. You don't need to know shit, bitch. You're in the learning stage. You don't need to know. You just need to have clarity to act. So if you don't know, do you act? No, that's all you need to know is that I need clarity to act. Well, what do I do when I don't have clarity? Sit the fuck down. Go do something else. Go paint. Go ride a horse. I don't fucking know. Go rob. Go steal a horse. Maybe don't do that. I can't be on the internet telling people to commit crimes. But what I'm saying is go do something for the plot, for a side plot. Go do something to be wild and weird and different and quirky and don't tell nobody about it. There you go. I just gave you an entire mystery thing to do. A nice little fun outing. Go ride a horse and pretend like you're, I don't know, you're racing. And I don't know, what's that? I don't know. Just pick whatever horse story you like, Black Beauty or some shit like that, and go pretend like, Black Beauty, I finally found you again. That horse is going to be like, this bitch is weird, but go do you. You know what I mean? And the next thing you know, you'll get off the horse, the guide will say something, and you'll be like, whoa, that solved my problem. Is this guide Jesus? No, the guide's not Jesus. You just needed time and clarity, and that will always find you. The universe will always be giving you those signs and those messages naturally, which means other people aren't prophets and Jesus over you. I'm not your leader. I'm not your spiritual leader. I lead only myself. See what I'm saying? I give out information, and either you pick it up or you don't. Okay, I'm real strict with that. I be blocking people left and right. Anybody looks like they don't want the information, even though they do, block. Because you're confused. What am I going to do with you? Don't come at me with your confusion. Go sit with your own. Go sit down. You know what I'm saying? So listen. The universe will effortlessly give you everything that you need, including clarity, messages, resources, etc. Usually what happens is first you get ideas. Second, you get the energy to do something, so you feel like you need to do something. Third, well, you get the inspiration, then you get ideas, and then you get the energy to do something. And in doing that thing, something starts to materialize. And then you get new ideas about this materialized thing because it's materializing a little bit different than what you expected. It's not a failure. It's a surprise. Surprise. There's more to go. Dang, you thought you were going to chip at this stone once and become Michelangelo? David wasn't made overnight. He was made over the lifetime of Michelangelo. By the moment that he made David, it took him how many years he was old in that moment to create David. With them star eyes and everything. It took him that long. Okay? You're never going to chip away at something and be done immediately. So, as you are doing that and manifesting into the physical world, you are in a cycle in itself of life, death, rebirth. What happens after you manifest something? You need to let it go. Here's the chance. You ever get your original manifestation out, and you look at it and you're like, what is this wonky shit? What the fuck is this? Why did I think I could do this? This is way more complicated. Or, you're just disappointed by something. Something didn't come out the way that you expected. Or you recognize that it's going to take you a lot longer than you imagined originally and you feel overwhelmed, etc., etc. That is a moment to go sit with yourself. The teen has come to an end, and let her go. Let him go. Let them go. You don't have to worry about how ugly your fucking manifestations are. They're not done yet. You just let that worry go. And guess who's going to come right the fuck back in the form of a fully grown fucking adult who knows how to make it better. That energy, that teen energy that you released into source is coming down and integrating into the adult that you are, who all of a sudden knows, oh wait, what if I try this? Clarity. Look at that. Did you have to spend any time in between that? That could take days, it could take years, it could take months, it could take weeks, it could take minutes, it could take seconds. Do you know how often I manifest? Man, I'm a mental witch. I already told you guys this. If I ask a question, usually it's about seconds. I can ask a question, go on TikTok and get the answer right away. Word for word, bar for bar. Like, they don't play with me. I'll turn on my TikTok and it'll literally, it's sick. It's sick. And I'll be like, all right, okay, thanks. But that's because I don't go, is that really it? Scroll, is that really it? And act like I'm stupid. No, I'm just like, oh, okay, I take it and I act and I'm decisive. The universe loves action and decisiveness. Money does too, funny enough. It's because money is energy. What is the universe? Energy. Ooh, flow. When you flow, when you go with the flow, when you are active and decisive, right? You take action. You're decisive, especially if you're quick with it. But that's me. I'm an Aries. Not everybody needs to be quick with it for it to be quick. So, but the point that I'm making is that shit can happen quick. It can happen over a period of time. It depends on what you're doing, what you're manifesting, and how much information you need to gain that clarity. So you just allow it to come to you. But can it reach you? Can the adult version reach you if you think that it can't? That you aren't that adult version, that you can't be someone who somehow succeeds, that you got to be special, X, Y, and Z? No, it can't reach you if you don't know who you are. How the fuck is it supposed to know if you don't know who you are at any given moment? Anything trying to get to you doesn't know where you are either, you know? But when you stand still and say, I don't know, then you're the version of you who doesn't know. So what's going to come to you? The version who does. Opposites attract all the time. Sometimes it's annoying. Sometimes it's helpful. If you are lost in the forest knows exactly where you are. So just ask. Okay, I don't know where I am. Okay, well, who does know where I am? So I'll just throw out the question, where am I? In this whole scheme of this whole thing going on right now, where am I? Because I feel lost. So where am I? And I'm going to let go that lost feeling, the needing to feel lost, the needing to feel sad about being lost, and just be comfortable here. And just know that eventually I'll figure it out, even if it takes me 20 years. Maybe this, and then boop, 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 you get hit up the side of your head 30 minutes later with the answer. Oh, there I am. you ever get a quick turnaround like that? You're like, oh, I don't know the answer. Everything is fallen. You know, Olympus has fallen. Oh no, the worst has possibly fucking happened. And then somebody walks in 2 seconds later and offers you the solution, unprompted. And you're like, damn, I was being so dramatic. Maybe next time I should just ask for help. Or maybe next time. No. Just know that it's okay to feel how you feel. Go feel it. Go feel it. Go sit with yourself and feel how you feel. So that way you can identify it. And then recognize that, one, if you feel that way, you can also feel some other way. You can also feel different about it. Or if you feel that way, there's a reason for it. Maybe you need to let go of something so that you can feel differently, and that you won't know what that new feeling is. It'll be unknown to you, because the version of you who's already succeeded at this, though you exist, you particularly in this version that you are in the now hasn't experienced it. And so you're looking for the experience, which you will have by simply agreeing and understanding that you agree to meet. I agree to meet my higher self who has succeeded at this. Okay, well, let me Marco Polo you over here. Don't start complaining when it Marco Polos you and you're like, are we there yet? Shut the fuck up. You're going to be told no. You know, Marco Polo. When is it going to happen? Marco Polo. Marco. You need to say polo back. You need to sit down, be grateful about shit. Because when you're grateful and you're noticing things and you're present, when you go, man, sometimes I do this. I feel like, I laugh because it's kind of vain. Sometimes I'll just stand in my place and I'll look around and I'll just see something that I like about something. And I'll go, it's so beautiful in here. Like, I just love it. I love the way the light comes in. I love this. I love that. I'm grateful. I'm grateful. Oh my God. And look how cute my books are together. Wow. I love it in here. You know what I'm telling my soul in that moment? I'm giving it snapshots. Giving it snapshots of not only my joy, but how it has materialized, where I am. And it's like, oh, Marco. And then I can pull. This is me saying, Polo, Polo, I see it and it's pretty. Oh, yeah? Wait until you see the new one. Wait, what? I thought this was it. Bitch, it always gets better than this. You're not dead yet. Let's go. Polo is I'm grateful for what? Look around. When you're present, that's what you want to do. So I'm going to get into the other stuff. We'll go through 6 through 10 tomorrow or another time because it's late. It's like midnight. Man, this video is going to be so long. I'm trying to upload it to YouTube. I be talking so much and so long. Channeling, that's just, it's kind of it's the knack of it. I'm a Mars Gemini, and I mentioned that earlier. So anyways, I'm going to look at the comments really quick because I know that I kind of, I look sometimes, but it's hard for me to focus on that and like, y'all see how quick it is that I lose a thought thread. There was also something I wanted to say, that I had lost immediately because I didn't go down that route. And see, stuff like that bothers me all the time. So I try to just stay focused. My problem is I think too hard how to get these opportunities. I make it hard. Yeah, you do. I used to do that too. You're just making it difficult. Sometimes you're like a, don't take offense to this, but there are mice and there are rats. You're a rat. That was so fucked up. But no, listen. When I say you're a rat, I just mean when they put you in it, when the universe puts you in your maze, you're like zing, 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 and you get your cheese right away. The mice be like, and they walk around in circles, they poop, they sniff their poop, and then they kind of walk around in circles 2 feet away. The rat's already like, where's the new maze, right? Intelligence. So the rat needs more complex things constantly added. Otherwise, it'll start chewing up a cage. It'll get loose. It's like a working dog, you know? If you have a working dog in your house and he's supposed to be a lap dog and he just does not, he's like, I need things to do. Your brain is complex and it needs things to do. It needs stuff to do all the time. So sometimes your creativity will then make your life difficult. You feel like you pull miracles out of a hat all the time. Just somehow, first of all, you're not performing miracles. That's just your soul and your energy. And they just set up a really intense course for you because you won't chill the fuck out. And if they don't, you're going to start chewing holes in the cage. That means you're going to start chewing and gnawing at yourself until you have an existential crisis. And then you're like, I don't like it out here in the void. Who am I? What am I? And then they're like, oh, the rat got loose again. Shit. That's a fucked up metaphor because I'm feeling it. You know, the moments I've been like, they're just like, oh shit, she got out of the cage again. Let's make it a little bit, let's make her habitat better. But doesn't it feel like that when you're trying to manifest something? You start out with something shitty and you're like, it's not the best. And you know why? You've thought enough about it to understand that you don't like something, you don't want something, this, that, and the other, and you're in hell because of it. So you try to chew your way out of the cage. You try to take power into your own hands, because you forgot that you can speak to the lab technicians, or but this is actually why the metaphor works well. Rats in the West can't speak to the lab technicians, but there are many cultures around the world who can speak to the animals because it's all energy, right? Like, they don't speak like language like humans. Like, I don't go around chirp to birds expecting the birds to know what I'm saying. Like I'm not a bird. Okay, so I'm not going to speak bird and it's not going to speak human to me. Or in other words, it's not going to speak any type of language that I know to me, except for we're both energetic beings that exist in reality and we share a reality and it has a relation to me in some way. And naturally, by observing it, I am bringing it into my story, and eventually it's going to start observing me, especially if I try to interact with it. Ooh, let me throw some nuts at it and see if it comes over. This is me always trying to collect crows. Man, I want a horde of them. I want a murder. But then you start throwing stuff, and then it's like it starts to pay attention to you, and it's like, and then most of them just see you as a food dispenser, and maybe eventually one of them comes around and he just kind of sits there even when he's not eating, and he watches you and you feel a little creeped out because you can tell you're being observed by this creature. The creature is watching you back. You know how your animals or your pets have personalities? Where the fuck do you think it got a personality, Marsha? It didn't. Where did it get that personality from? Yeah, it's communicating with you and you're translating it in a way that you understand. And its personality, you're seeing a collection of its behaviors, of its communication to you, a collection of its energy and its communication to you. And it just so happens to come off as a very specific personality. So that's why did I mention all of that? Pets. I said something. Oh, so in the West, right, the rats can't talk to the lab technician, so it takes matters into its own hands and it tries to chew itself out of the cage. But in spirituality and in many other sectors and in just expansion and recognizing that even though a rat's a rat and I'm a human, that doesn't mean that we're separate. We're still connected in some way, shape, or form. In that particular way, then I develop a relationship, and instead of the rat chewing a hole through the cage, it's going to look at me. And it's just going to be sad one day. And I'm going to look at it and I'm going to be like, what's going on? It's going to feel clingy. It's not going to want to go into the cage. I'm going to be like, what's going on? I'm going to notice it's healthy, but it just doesn't seem to like it. And then all of a sudden the idea is going to pop into my head. Maybe it's bored. Maybe it doesn't, I wouldn't like this. You know what? I hate having to put you in here anyway. So let me try to figure out some type of enclosure that's healthy and safe for you, but also allows you to like be and express and run around all day. I'll take you outside and stuff like that. We just don't want you to get taken off by some birds. But, I'm going to figure that out. Who told you it wanted a different cage? Y'all sit here and you talk to your pets all day. Your pets be sending you telepathic communications, and you think it's just your idea. Well, I learned information. Who observed those animals to know what those behaviors mean and then told you? We call them all the time animal whisperers, They're people who can speak animal, whatever that particular animal is. They can speak it. So they're translating. They teach you how to translate, but you can do it yourself. But sometimes animals, they have to want to do that too and be into it and all that kind of stuff. I'm only saying that because my cat, she was a shelter cat, and there is something that she wants from us. I can't tell what it is. She's not hungry, but she just starts yelling. She's prissy. And I'm like, are you just on one? What the fuck? And she won't telepathically tell me what it is. It's like she wants me just to figure it out. And I'm like, bitch, I'm not a mind reader. I know I'm a witch and I know I'm psychic, but I cannot read your mind, So anyway, it needs to be consensual to some degree. And, some animals, they have other blockages and things, and you have blockages. So that goes into it. I don't know why I was talking about all of that. Again, I think I'm just stalling. Anytime I have to go and I'm talking, I end up thinking of things and then I talk for longer periods of time. So, oh, that's right. I was reading the comments. What if they have both? I don't know what that was in reaction to. Let me see. I'm going to look at some of the recent comments. Want to see you. I know she does want to see. I think that. And then I'll pick her up and she'll be like, no, that's not what I want. And I'm like, girl, is it the food? I already sometimes, once my youngest, he walked by and he was like, I think I knew what she wanted. She had spilled all her food out of the thing. And I'm sitting here like, I have limits. If you eat and you have food, but it's all over like the floor and shit like that, and you done been messy with it, like, bitch, you better eat them. You better pick that up. Like, what do I look like? Like, I don't clean up she's older than my 7-year-old. You know what I'm saying? Like, girl, you're too old to just be leaving a mess like that. The last one didn't do this, so we be going back and forth on that. But he had swept it up and she seemed like she was doing fine. What is the book you mentioned in your video from a couple of days ago? The fact that you asked me that, and I know what you're talking about. Maybe it's from Mariah Does Magic. That's her TikTok handle. Go look at her Conscious Channeling. That's just her TikTok handle, Mariah Does Magic. That's all about building a channel. I'm doing that over the Midnight Scholar Society. I did one live, but I'm doing that, and I might do them every Thursday. I might do them live, but we're going through. I don't go through the guidebook with you or tell you about all that. I expect everybody to go read it, right? But I do talk about the different aspects of it. The same way that I did that here. We're talking about the power of now, so I'm talking about all of these concepts in depth and talking about what it looks like in practicality, this, that, and the other. It sounds like it's all over the place, right? Like all of this stuff. Yeah, it's a lot of fucking information, a lot of complex, like very nuanced things when we talk about how energy moves through your body, how you process, and what that looks like in real life. Because in real life, you're just sitting there shell-shocked. You know what I mean? Like, if I get up, I'm going to make a bad choice. If I get up, I'm going to make a bad choice. I just need to sit here, but inside, the storm that's going on, it can get wild, right? So, So it's important that we break down this information, but you also go and read it. And I will always be on that. I will call you illiterate and hurt your fucking feelings if you don't go out and read the book and you just listen to me talk about stuff. I've said this when I was on YouTube and BookTube. I did a lot of literary criticism, and people love to use my opinions and use my words. And I say, if you use my words, they're not going to come out when you need them. Because I only talk when I want to. Okay? Okay, don't be using my words. Don't be using my knowledge, because that is the fastest way to walk off a cliff. Go read the goddamn book. And then be in communion, understanding all of this. You'll understand it deeper. You'll see more. You'll have your own experience with it. That's really important. Okay, so presence is manifesting self. Presence is, you can see it that way to some degree. Yes, it is like manifesting yourself in physicality. Yes, you're aligning your spiritual, emotional, mental, and physical body all into one space. That does not mean that you are... when you're present, you can be in a moment of trauma. A lot of people are only present when spectacular things are happening around them. Oh, I don't know why he just yelled like that, and this, that, and the other. I'm so shocked. That's the one time they've been present. Every other time they just go on scripts, and you're like, do you even know my name, Donna? And she's like, no, even though we've worked together for 15 years, I just always smile and nod, and I do that small talk thing and always forget who you are. That person may not be present unless something spectacular shakes them out of their kind of their shielded reality, their illusion reality, the world that they're living in. Sometimes that can be narcissism. Sometimes people compartmentalize you. Not everybody who doesn't let you, and I'm saying this to people who are Pisces, Cancer signs. Scorpios usually don't need to hear this because most people be doing the most anyways. And sometimes Geminis, but less so. It's out of curiosity with Gemini. Anybody who has a lot of that water placement, not everybody needs to connect with you on a deeper level. Not everybody is supposed to. Some people are really not supposed to have what you have to take. Any of you who are super empathetic, who like to make deep connections with people, and you go, I hate small talk, but you better learn how to have genuine small talk. Genuine small talk helps you get to know other people from a periphery. You do not need to be deeply connected with everybody that you meet and know and see their deepest, darkest soul and see them and this and that and the other. That's a bit much, okay? It's a bit much. You're asking a lot for somebody who maybe just wanted to serve you coffee, okay? You're asking a bit much for someone who just wanted to be your coworker. Some people compartmentalize you. So yes, maybe they're rude. Yes, maybe you want a deeper connection. It doesn't mean that there's anything wrong with you. It doesn't mean that there's anything wrong with them. It just means that this relationship only goes so far. Respect that. And when somebody treats you with, we're not close, we don't go deep, and then all of a sudden they come up to you one day because they want something and they start going deep with you, respect the compartmentalization, Donna. So funny you're here. The fact that you're asking me about this seems rather inappropriate. Why'd you ask? Why'd you ask? Now Donna has to explain herself because, now she has to explain herself. And maybe her explanation is reasonable, maybe it's not. But either way, you identify those relationships, okay? Not everybody and not everything needs to be deep. Okay, with that, I gotta go. Oh, wait, let me do a few more of the comments. I feel like I attract people who share too much. Oh, that happens to me all the time too. Whenever you feel uncomfortable, it's good to be busy and to have to get up and go, okay? But also set those boundaries. You know what I mean? Sometimes people share too much because you feel like there's somebody that they can share to, somebody who just understand and get them. So that can sometimes mean that you put people at ease when they're insecure around you. Especially if you notice in group settings, everyone's fairly kind of casual, you know what I mean? And a little formal, but kind of casual with you. But then in in intimate, it's just you and them. And all of a sudden they want to share extra with you and overshare and stuff like that. Maybe in the group setting, you came off as the person who makes people feel safe when they're being insecure. And while that inherently is a great thing to do once, to let people know that you have boundaries about certain things, right? So if someone's feeling insecure and you say, no, I don't, You're talking about a topic that in a way that's just not right. Like, you need to educate yourself more. And the other person sitting there like, oh, thank God. Thank God. And you're sitting here like, yeah, I know that they're saying this and it's insensitive to you. It really doesn't matter to me. I'm fairly, as far as whether I'm actually attacked or not, like, this has nothing to do with me, but I can see that this person's uncomfortable and that this person's being unaware or just an asshole about it regardless. So I'm going to step in, right? And I'm going to set that boundary because for my own sensibilities, fine. For your own sensibilities. But when you start setting boundaries so that other people feel comfortable, that's a no. Meaning, if that person now wants to come to you and talk to you about how terrible so-and-so is, yeah, it's important to set boundaries. You're not interested in the story. You're not interested in the depths of all of this. You set a boundary for you. They need to go set a boundary for them. Otherwise, they're allowing somebody who practices, toxic behaviors or whatever in their space. They're not setting that boundary. It's not on you. If you go around doing that for other people, or you seem like you're the person who has to go cape and save for other people, so-and-so felt uncomfortable and I just want to bring it up because I'm going to save this person because they're too fragile to save themselves. Absolutely the fuck not. Absolutely the fuck not. Unless we're talking about you have to talk about your own experiences and yourself. Everyone collectively has to use their voice. There's no reason why, I'll put it this way. Let's say somebody's being racist in the room, whether they're aware of it or unaware of it. In these times, in these times, you're not unaware of it. In these times, you're not unaware of it. Like, you just didn't do the work, right? Somebody's being racist in the room, and it's not towards you. It's towards somebody else. Are you responsible? Should that person set boundaries? You're responsible for the behaviors that you allow in front of you. Do you need to go around fighting somebody else's struggles? No, you need to fight your own struggles. Right now, I'm struggling to be in a room with somebody who's speaking this way, and I'm expected to sit here and receive that? Absolutely the fuck not. No. And when you speak up about those things, you're saying not only I, who is technically not the target of this, am feeling uncomfortable, so you're wrong. That person might say something to somebody else, maybe the proper channels. Maybe this is a work thing and they don't want to say anything in the meeting, so they say something in HR. Now this person knows because I said something in the meeting, this person said something in HR, that this is not appropriate. They're sweating. Probably going to make some mistakes. Probably going to fall from grace. You know what I'm saying? So this is how we collectively watch out for each other, is we first watch out for ourselves. And if you're comfortable in rooms where other people are like, oh, absolutely, I will not go there. And you're like, oh no, but I want you there. Don't let them stop you from. You want me to go in a room where people are vicious and violent towards me so that I don't stop them from letting me have my fun. Bitch, why didn't you stop them from ruining your parade since you're so fucking empathetic? Why didn't you stop them from trampling on your particular empathy from your perspective, your point of view? When we all speak up, then we can be heard individually and as one. So that's the thing there. Let me see. Last question, because wow, it's 12:30. Yes, I will be uploading this on YouTube later. All my classes are on a flash sale. They're like $50. Astrology. So we have the houses I go through. That's like 27 hours. Y'all see how much I talk. My poor student. My poor people. I have them in class and I'm like, y'all, I know this is just a 2-hour class, but this one's going over. We were doing Saturn and Jupiter. And I remember those were 4 hours each. And I was like, you guys can leave if you want to. You don't have to stay here the whole time. They're like, just keep going. We enjoy it. But I'm like, no, that's... I'm sitting here like, I didn't mean for this to go on. But the information's important. So the point that I'm making is there's a lot of content and shit like that. So check out those things. You can look at the YouTube when this is up. Midnight Scholar Society is free. The newsletter, and there's a Discord and stuff like that where I will link all this stuff. So you know where to find me. And I'm pretty good at linking things. If you want to find something, I generally link it. So I definitely need to strengthen my boundaries, and I'm worried about their thoughts. Yeah. I'm going to give you some solid advice. Mind your business. Why are you being so fucking nosy? What is it? What is it about? Why is it that you want to know what their thoughts are? What, because they're about you? Are you sure? Don't be so vain. How do you know they're thinking about you? We know they're thinking about you. We know, yes, they're doing all of that. But you've got to tell yourself, stop being nosy. I don't care. See, there's a messenger coming to you. This is mercurial energy. Mercurial energy is very curious. When people are talking about you and ruminating on you, you have some type of connection with them. It could be a connection of place. Maybe you work with this person. Maybe you're in a relationship with these people, familial, friendship, whatever have you. It could be a situation. When people, when you're attached to a person, a place, or a situation, and it is in meditating on you, yes, you can feel that. Yes, you can pick up on it. Are you picking up on exactly what they're saying and thinking? No, you're picking up on the energy and you're interpreting it in a way that you can understand. Do you have all the information to know what it is that they're truly thinking and saying about you? Or even if this is about you, it may feel negative, you're involved, but are they feeling negative towards you, or are they feeling negative towards the other person who's doing something towards you and you're misunderstanding all of it? Do you want to figure that out? Because that sounds like a trip to crazy land where you're going to be having lines all over your wall. Well, Janice said this that day, so does that mean Donna hates me? Or does that mean Patty's really had it out for me? You're going to have strings all over your wall trying to pinpoint. And one day, yes, one day you will be accurate, but you will also be batshit insane. You will be psychic, you will be accurate, but you will have stayed in that place so long so that your pattern recognition of these people, their behaviors, and picking up exactly what they think and feel is so accurate to a T that you are now batshit insane. Yes, batshit insane most of the time because you spend all of your time disassociated, picking up on energetic connections and trying to study this, that, and the other. You have to ask yourself, if you're psychic and your pattern recognition is so strong, do you want to waste it on that? Do you want to waste it on that, on their thoughts? You can talk to energy once you're able to really decipher stuff. And I know a lot of you have probably had some experiences where you've been dead on. That's a really high skill. If you've been validated that your ability is fairly dead on, first of all, keep yourself in check and know that you're not minding your business and you're surfing up there in the infinite possibilities, which means dead on can happen, but also maybe not. Maybe this is a false confirmation, X, Y, and Z. This is all non-material shit, so you should not be acting on it in any way, shape, or form, or you are, in fact, a madman. You are, in fact, in psychosis if you're acting on delusional information and not on being present in the moment and what's in front of you. Yes. Is that a bad thing all the time? Sometimes it's not. Sometimes you've got to be delusional, okay? You ever see a situation where somebody's in and you're like, no, you just got to go crazy and do it. That's a time to go crazy and do some shit, but you don't want to do that on a Sunday afternoon thinking that Donna's talking about you in the break room right now because you're not on shift. That's wild. You know what I mean? You're supposed to be enjoying the park or some shit. Just go enjoy the park. So if you are that good, do you want to waste it on insert your problem? You could talk to aliens. People talk to aliens all the time. Are they really talking to aliens? I don't know. Sometimes I think I'm talking to aliens, and then I realize aliens are just another form and concept of what we do not know. And there's plenty of shit that we don't know, and plenty of words that people have used. Oh, you see what I'm saying? I go down rabbit holes that are sacred, that are ancient. I question those things. If I'm going to use my psychic ability and be a rat, meaning I need complex shit to put my mind on, otherwise I'm going to start chewing holes in the cage. If I gotta have this working, you know what I'm saying? I want to use it on something that actually gets me something that brings me fulfillment. Does knowing what Donna is saying, Donna, she's not even real, but does knowing what Donna is saying about you behind your back bringing you fulfillment? Does it bring you vengeance, justice, revenge? Nope, not even. Does it bring you anger? Yeah. And anger is an energy that's really easy to move in. We love moving in anger over here. No, I'm just kidding. No, but really, the fired up energy, you can transmute that into passion, right? And we can use that to lift off somewhere. That's a nice energy to have around. Most people create from the place of anger and they have no idea. And that's why you're eavesdropping on conversations that do have something to do with you and alert you to cut cords. If you're worried about someone's thoughts, ooh, bitch, get out my energy. Bringing me worry on a Tuesday afternoon? Over what? Boundaries. And it's really difficult because when you set the boundary, the first thing you want to do is break it. The first thing you want to do is create parameters. Under this parameter, I will bypass this. A boundary is a foundational wall. Okay, do you want to just be knocking down foundational walls in your 5-story house? You got to support 5 stories. 5 stories for a very long time. You need to be able to house people you want to house people for generations, build generational wealth. Do you want the foundation of this house to be built on parameters in which you will remove some of them sometimes. You want it to be weak? Or do you want it to be firm? So the thing is your integrity. When you make a promise to yourself, how do you keep it? And if you do have parameters and they're reasonable, right? Is it ever reasonable to need parameters? Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. Is this a sign that you are settling? Because should you ever have to put yourself in a situation that's uncomfortable? No. So that means that this isn't the one for you. Are you doing the no sunk cost? I can't remember what it's called. But it's when you stay in some shit longer because you've been there and you have so much to lose, but really you're losing more staying there than by leaving and gaining what's yours. It's tough because when we look at our material situations and we look around us, right, we have to take all of that into account. But the moment you do is the moment you make steps towards the version of you who is exactly where you want to be, who you want to be, and how you want to be. So it's just a matter of, hopping into that. Thank you. Sunken cost fallacy. Okay, so I think that's it. It's the intuitive info loop. Then invalidating or validating is walk away. Honestly, that's what I'm saying. And I was being kind of like funny about being that harsh. I have to tell myself all the time, bitch, mind your motherfucking business, And I pick up on wild energies, y'all. Sometimes, I remember once I was in Mexico. And I went up to the roof, right? And all of a sudden, the energy that I got was wild. It felt like somebody was watching me on that roof. And I felt like a man, felt like an old man. And I knew that somebody was gunning for me. And like they were and then a few days later, something happened to somebody. The energy that I pick up sometimes, and I'm just on a channel, somebody else is on, and I'm like, oh! And then I gotta get quiet. And then I go, bitch, mind your fucking business. Just because you can hear it, just because you can see what it is, just because your pattern recognition is going boop, 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 just because you started scrolling on TikTok to confirm some things and you said sociology coming for me, and you said scroll, 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 and you were like, ooh, 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 I'm seeing stuff. Then I have to ask myself, it's just a moment where I need to mind my motherfucking business. And the only way I know the answer is, does acting on any of this fucking information get me to my manifestation? If the answer on its own looks like no to me, right? I drop it. If I'm sitting here like, well, I don't know, but there's plenty of rabbit holes that make their way around X, Y, and Z. All right, then I'm sure it'll come up in a way that makes sense to me later. Mind my fucking business and put that away. So sometimes, and that's just a wild one. Okay, that's a wild one. Most of the stuff is usually people who are ruminating on me for one reason or another. I'm one of those people where you probably won't know that I've insulted you until you got home, and now you're sitting on it, spiraling. Sometimes people will spiral on that stuff for a short period of time. When people fuck with me, they be spiraling for a very long time, because all I did was tell them the truth, because it was like, no, you fucked with me. And the only time I be fucking with people is when someone tries to alter my reality. Like, how are you gonna try to manipulate someone who literally teaches people not to manipulate, that's a negative thing? I might as well be in like AA. I wasn't the addict. I was born into a household full of people who like to manipulate for I shouldn't say no good reason, generational trauma, whatever. So then, I became the little mentor. Oh, we shouldn't do that. Me parentifying, walking around with these adults, trying to find ways to teach adults not to manipulate because they're harming someone, thinking they don't know, being over parentified, trying to teach them a lesson because I learned at a young baby age that's a bad thing to do. So they must really, I'm over here trying to get my AA mentor, fucking award shit. And, and then I got older and I was like, there's no medal for this. And they're still doing it. I got played. You know what I mean? So, then when you tell people the truth about themselves because you refuse to allow them to bend reality and stuff like that, yeah, it's hurtful. And I just so happen to be somebody who likes to spend a lot of time in reality. I like to be present, and I also like to spend a lot of time with myself. So I know when I'm being delusional. People, anybody ever try to call you on your delusion? Be confident and being like, tell me what I'm delusional about, because I know exactly what I'm delusional about. I put energy into my delusions. I'm like, yes, bigger, better. I put a lot of energy and focus into my delusions. Yes. because that's just using your imagination to dream bigger so that you can expand your horizons and invite things into your life that help you manifest that thing or learn more about it, right? So that it becomes less delusional and more realistic, right? Oh, and that's just growing up. Wow, wow, wow. But I keep all that stuff to myself. I don't be bothering nobody. I just be in my own space, my own mind, doing my own thing. So when somebody tries to come up to me and tell me about me being delusional about something, I just remind them of reality because I'm present. I don't have to keep receipts, bitch. I just am the receipt. You know what I mean? When you're present, again, the power of now, when you're present, no one can make you confused about stuff. When you allow someone to dysregulate you and you start thinking, you start going into dissociative mode, you start feeling this way, you start being overcome by an emotion, and you still choose to stay in that conversation, you still choose to act in that environment instead of going and sitting with yourself and re-regulating, right? Then you're not present. Anybody can tell you what was happening and you're like, well, I can see how someone else would think that. Sure, I'm the first person to be like, I see how you think that. That doesn't make it real or true. So can you please explain to me why that's true? What did I do specifically? What happened here specifically? Because when I said this, what do you think that meant? Did you ask? Did you clarify? I have questions because I'm over here trying to get on the same page. You know what I'm saying? When you have questions, and you all probably know this, when you have questions because you're trying to get on the same page as someone, you're not talking to an enemy. You're trying to clarify a situation or a misunderstanding. When someone doesn't want clarification because they want to believe their own delusions or whatever, because, you know, they're stuck in some form of disassociation, running from something, they don't like questions. Because then they have to think about the answers and then they'll realize that they didn't think about it last time. They were just acting on assumption. And now they need to justify why they acted on assumption. And now you're the asshole for trying to make them justify some fucked up shit they did to you. And they didn't mean to do that. They wouldn't have done that if you had just clarified previously without knowing you need to clarify, because they assume. You see that spin around? If only you had told me beforehand all the stuff that I assumed was wrong. When I acted on my assumptions instead of telling you my assumptions to get clarity, if you had only just done something totally different to show me that my assumptions weren't there, then I would have never done this thing to you. Shame on you. You know, that kind of behavior. Yeah, people do that all the time. When you tell them the truth, they have to go and sit with that. And you have to do that with neutrality, okay? When you're setting boundaries, you want to get to the point where, and you might have to take a moment, go sit with yourself, get into the energy of you that sets boundaries. Oftentimes, and I'm going to say this and then I swear to God, I'm better wrap this up. You're usually in your masculine energy when you have to set boundaries. And by that, I shouldn't say it like that. However your dark feminine presents itself, sometimes it can present itself very masculine, like, you know, and I'm saying this, but I can't say this because also it's from the perspective of a woman, right? Like, I identify as a woman. So when I don't feel safe, when I feel like I need to protect myself, right? I have a lot of like masculine presenting energy that I see it and I identify it. I'm giving it some masculine traits. Like, it's very protective, although that's a dark feminine trait. So this is, I explained this in other videos, so I'm just going to give a real quick 1-2. Your masculine self is your physical body. Your feminine self is your non-material bodies. Your non-material bodies are based on 4 elements, okay? Water, earth, air, and fire. You know those things. You also know that 2 of those elements, air, fire, are masculine, and earth and water are feminine. Your divine feminine energy holds a feminine and a masculine within it. So all that said, you can gender it however you want. It's your imagination, go buck wild. You can give it no genders. They could be all rocks to you if you want it to be. That's a limited imagination, but do what you will, right? So when you go into protective mode, there's a certain energy that comes out, and it could be masculine presenting, as in with masculine qualities of air, so to speak. This is asking questions. That's a divine feminine masculine protection. Questions, air energy. Getting angry, That's that divine feminine, masculine energy. So remember I told you every mother has a father and a mother, so they can have a father and mother wound, and every man, so to speak, has a father and a mother, so they can have a father and mother wound. That's just to say every human being, let's get rid of the genders, has a father and a mother, and so they can have father and mother wounds within them. That's the divine energy. That's the energy your parents gave to you, if that makes sense. That's the part of their energy. This is your one body, two energies, right? So therefore those two energies are split into a dichotomy. So that being said, it'll show up a certain way. When you go into that energy, know that something isn't right. So you need to ask questions. And also, if you're getting agitated, frustrated, it means you're angry. Either you need to go sit with yourself, or you need to address and set a boundary in that moment. If you need to sit with yourself to lower the energy so you can figure out how you want to set that boundary, perfectly fine. But either way, you need to go and acknowledge that emotion, because you're on protective mode. There's no reason why you should be walking around in masculine, like divine dark energy like that all the time, talking about, oh, you know, unless something's up, you know what I'm saying? Unless you're under fire. But you shouldn't. You should be able to move in and out of those energies. They're fluid. They're meant to move in and out because they have functions. This is energy flow. They have functions that they need to be able to do. They need to be able to put on a mask here. They need to be able to put on this mask here. Maybe you're at work and one of them takes it most of the time because you do a lot of mental work, and then you need to go to the store. But the version of you that walks to this store is always daydreaming. So you put on more of a water Piscean energy mask where you're, you know, thinking about the music that you're creating, this, that, and the other, and you're walking to the store and you're thinking about the lyrics. That's not the same version of you who was working at a computer. Which one's you? Which one's the best you? They're all the same. They're all doing different functions. So you have to let them function, which means they need to be able to move in and out as naturally as possible. And that is not something you need to be, you can be conscious of it, so that you get to know them, talk with them. That's when you become the observer. You're spending time with yourself. I'm observing my energies and I'm talking with them and I'm realizing, oh, wow, I'm learning stuff about myself. It's actually not bad when I get angry. I'm just around fucked up people. I'm just in that's a fucked up situation. Of course I'd get angry. Somebody's trying to cheat me out of, like, you know, my own experience. Huh. Who knew? I don't need to be upset about past me and all that kind of stuff, because that past me who had to experience all that shit that I don't have to experience now, thank God, right? Learned that lesson so that right now I know how to set a boundary here. Be grateful. Do you know how many fucking people are walking around who don't know to set that boundary? Walking around naive as fuck. Don't even know to set that boundary. And they're going to have to learn that lesson at some point in time, maybe, unless they're on their aligned path and they don't need to set that boundary. But how often have you been on your aligned path, consistently living in a in this system? You know what I'm saying? So those who are naive living in this system, who have not learned lessons, they're in for walking into a straight wall. So that's it. Yeah, I'm going to end on that. Anyways, y'all have a good night. And usually manifesting generators are divine feminine energy. Yeah, they do. They have a lot of naturally, because they're doing an awful lot. Yeah, I would agree with that. I think manifestors tend to be more like divine masculine, well, divine feminine, but masculine presenting, because it depends. Yeah, you know, that's difficult for me because human design, I don't get into that all that much. Anyways, yeah, I should go because now I'm rambling and this video is already long. Okay, bye. I have no idea about projectors. I really do not get into just human design. I just have weighed enough to chew on between deep psychology, astrology, symbols, every other fucking thing out there. Though I try to limit myself to one massive Western system. I don't want to learn astrology and human design because that's too much Western stuff for me. So, you know, the next system that I learn will be outside of the Western lens because that adds more perspective. Going more deeper and deeper can be fine. It's okay. But, you know, having a wider perspective works for me because I do this all the time. I need perspective. And also, remember, we're rats in a maze. If you don't have enough complex things to do and think about, you're going to start chewing holes. And you're going to be like, oh, I'm in existential crisis. And then your handlers are like, oh, fuck, the rat escaped again. God, and it's screaming and it's squealing in the corner. Why is it doing that? Let me stop. Okay. Anyways, night, y'all. Bye.